It's puggy time. It's puggy time. Yes, we're gonna have a good time with my little puggy time. Yeah, it's a little puggy time. Yes, 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 he's a puggy pug. He's a puggy pug. Little face just like a frog. Pug, 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 pug. Pug, 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 pug. Pug, 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 pug. Pug, 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 pug. He's puggy Milo puggy time. He's puggy Milo puggy time. Oh, I know, buddy. I know. I know, you don't like it when I do this, which I find to be weird. You always love it when we snuggle. You always love it when we snuggle. And you always love it when we play. And you always love it when we're together. But for some reason, for whatever reason, whenever I do this to you, you get really, gruff and burfy about it. So I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, it's a little treat. It's a little treat for the people who came in early to get to see your beautiful little face. Mr. Milo, King of the Pugs, Prince Milo. Yes, he's such a sweetheart. Yes, he's such a sweetheart. Such a little weirdo. Such a little weirdo. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Just for those of you who are regular viewers, please remember, I'm not going to be streaming over the next couple of weeks. I'm going back to Manitoba to visit family. So this is the last cast for a few weeks. And of course, isn't it fantastic that the last cast that I'm doing for a couple of weeks coincides with literally the state of Texas declaring independence? It's not actually seceding, it's not actually declaring independence, but this statement from Governor Greg Abbott, as well as the events that have surrounded it, are I don't know how to describe it. Would the words incredibly dramatic be too hyperbolic? Would it be too much to say that what has happened is incredibly wild? What the story is, I honestly think that we just need to read the thing, right? From Governor Greg Abbott's office, the federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. Literally first line, you're just oh, shit's going on, right? The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand, President Biden has ignored Texas's demand that he perform his constitutional duties. President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress. Instead of prosecuting immigrants for the federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The effect is to illegally allow their en masse parole into the United States. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along the state's southern border, bridges where nobody drowns, and into the dangerous waters of the Rio Grande. Under President Biden's lawless border policies, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. That's more than the population of 33 different states in this country. The illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and the other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. That is why the framers included both Article 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion, and Article 1, 10, Clause 3, which acknowledges the state's sovereign interest in protecting their borders. Arizona v. United States. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4 has triggered Article 1, 10, Clause 3, which reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion under Article 110, Clause 3 to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority, as well as state law, to secure the Texas border. What have I been saying? What have I been saying? What have I been saying? For like a year at least, right? Probably longer than a year now, but definitely like a year. Like the United States is going to begin breaking apart. It's going to begin fracturing. It's going to begin falling apart, right? Guy on Twitch by the name of Great Satin USA. Well done. Well, and of course, great is spelled Grate, so well done. I hope they secede. I mean, my perspective is that it's not about like hope or what. It to me it is an inevitability. It's just an inevitability. The question is which states, what's the timeline? When I've been talking about it, XD, good to see you, my man. Yeah, let's fucking go. Acceleration goes burr. It's interesting how we are taking a kind of celebratory stance. My position is that it's not something that we should be celebrating, but it's just something that exists and that we should be prepared for. I mean, it is fascinating to watch, isn't it? Like, it is just like, oh, okay, so the United States is going to fall apart. And it's not going to recover from the neoliberal period, right? Turns out that extracting all of the wealth from the nation, piling it into the pockets of 5 men, and then only doing government spending on failed war adventurism across the planet, isn't a good way to build an economy, isn't a good way to build a society or a civilization. Who knew that if you take the wealth of the nation, grind it up, don't forget about the deindustrialization. Don't forget about the deindustrialization of America either, right? If you do all of these things and grind it up into nothing and abandon the citizens en masse so that you can go do war adventurism all over the place, you're going to collapse your society, right? And that's basically what we're seeing now. That and the hilarious part about all of it is like, where are all of these refugees coming from? Oh, these refugees are coming from countries that go get bombed, right? So the United States goes around bombing the shit out of everybody, creating a whole bunch of refugee crises wherever they go. The refugees flee. Where are they fleeing to? The only place that's not being bombed, right? So this is like the United States creating its own problem. And then finally, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, who, if you read his Wikipedia page, the guy is like boilerplate Republican. Like, everything you think this guy stands for, you're correct. There's no surprises. Nothing is going to shock you, right? Just think in your mind, what would a Republican stand for and fight for? And you've done it. You're exactly right. There, no exceptions. Like, no exceptions with this guy. So he is as like dyed-in-the-wool Republican as they come. Literally at one point was sitting on the Texas Supreme Court. He was the Attorney General of Texas. The guy is literally like pro-gun, anti-abortion, straight up was the guy that was actually fighting against gay rights legislation when it was coming through, right? Seeking to invalidate the Affordable Care Act, right? Like, this is what this guy stands for. And so it's hardly surprising that when push is coming to shove, they're gunning up. They're gunning up. The refugees that are coming in from the border because of their failed foreign policy, they don't want them to come in. They don't want them, right? So they're gonna secure their border. Is what they're gonna do, right? They're gonna gun up. And now you've got governors from 15 states have announced support for Texas in its border dispute with the federal government, with some sending National Guard units, right? Of course, I'm not surprised by this group down here, right? The South will rise again. Right? Hey, where are you at, Missouri? Huh? What about North Carolina, South Carolina? Where are you guys at? Huh? Come on, get with the program, Missouri. Missouri probably doesn't have like any standing force, so they're just literally like, whatever, Texas is dealing with this. These guys are the surprising ones, right? North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Montana, Idaho, Utah, right? So it looks like it's a good grouping of states that are basically looking at Texas being like, heck yeah, Texas. Go down there. Mississippi, shut up, dragon fruit. Where's Missouri? Where's Missouri then? What the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck am I talking about? This is Mississippi. You're right. MISSISSIPPI. We all remember. Thank you, dragon fruit. Where the fuck's Missouri? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? I'm feeling real stupid right now. But that's okay. There's Missouri's down here, isn't it? No, Missouri's over here. Where the... No, this isn't okay. Where's Missouri? Missouri's MO? That's annoying. That's annoying. Missouri is not MO. Why is Missouri MO? Boo. Boo. Mississippi should be MP. Right? Come on. Missouri should be MI. Or MS, rather. In any case, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun right there. The Ashton writes, good to see you, Ashton. Good to see you, Dragonfruit. Pittsburgh, good to see you. Conton, a pleasure. Gabriel, an absolute pleasure. Elon Musk, future Texas God King, of course. Of course. Who do you think the industrialists are at the bottom of all of this, right? Like, somebody funded Adolf Hitler, right? Like, we just don't talk about it, right? We don't like to talk about the fact that Henry Ford was the one who provided the engines to the Nazis. Like, we don't talk about that. Hitler was the bad guy. The people who funded him. Who? What? What are you even talking about? We don't need to discuss that. Ashton writes, I don't think you would fight gay rights if you knew how fun it was to be gay. Even in the Soviet Union. Well, basically anywhere with an army. Yeah, I mean, I'm on record having said I think my life would be considerably easier if I was gay. But it's not how it's gone. That's not how the chips have fallen. It's not how the chips have fallen. All I know is that every so often I walk into establishments wearing the fabulous clothes that I wear with this giant, enormous beard, and a little tiny man will come over and start chatting me up. And I'm like, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, right? Oh shit, are we maybe looking at business plot 2? Milo, dude, there's nothing down there, my man. You're dead convinced of it. There is nothing down there. My dog is literally like scratching. He's so convinced that there's something here, but I've looked and there's nothing. Milo, come on, buddy. What's this? What's this? What's this? Come here. What's that? Come on, buddy. Oh my god. Milo's gonna be a squirmy guy this cast, I think. Like, and one of the things that I think is really important to point out in this situation here, Demand Better, good to see you, my man. One of the things that I think is really, really important to point out with this particular situation, right? Given the statement that Governor Greg Abbott has made, given the hornet's nest that he has obviously kicked up, there is no returning this genie into this bottle. It is not going to be the case that, like, they're all going to vote Donald Trump and then Donald Trump will get them to stop. I think that's over, right? I think that if you have released a statement like this, you have done so because your entire administrative body, your National Guard units, your militia units, your police units have basically made it clear to you as the governor that this is what we're going to do, right? That if Greg Abbott attempted to put the genie back in the bottle, he'd probably face significant resistance and significant opposition. And honestly, given this guy's track record, Greg Abbott's track record, the guy's probably pleased his punch to be able to do this. Like, he's probably not happy that he has to do it, but he's thinking to himself, this is what has to happen. This is going to happen. We're going to do this, right? Yeah, Abbott will be POTUS. That's an interesting perspective, Haltosis. It could go down that way. It could actually go down that way. That, like, after this election and after this absolute clusterfuck of what's about to happen, the shitstorm that a second Trump administration is going to unleash is going to be something to behold, I think. And it's going to be, it's just going to be magnificent. I don't think that Joe Biden survives this. I think that, like, the weakness of the Biden administration, like, think about how weak the Biden administration must look, right? If you're one of these, like, I voted Democrat because I wanted things to kind of go back to normal, and I wanted things to go back to the way they were. Well, this is not things going back to the way they were, right? And this isn't like a January 6th insurrection. This is literally the state of Texas basically telling the federal government, get bent. We're no longer listening to you. We're going to do what we feel we need to do to protect our border while you fail to do that. Like, that's weakness, right? That's weakness. That's a weakness of leadership. And it's a sign of the fraying of the union, right? And it's very difficult for me to see anything other than this turning into something of a secessionist or at least an independence movement, where the state of Texas begins to say more and more and more, why do we need you? Why are we paying taxes to you? Why are you part of the conversation at all? You don't help us. You're obviously not interested in helping us. And I feel like the only way that any president is going to be able to get on Texas's good side again is by just going along with Texas, right? So you think about, like, the Trump administration coming in and basically saying, like, you know what, Texas, you're right. Let's more border, more build the wall, right? More of this kind of stuff. Let's get crazier. Why don't we start throwing up the gas chambers? Why don't we start just mass executing these people? Like, well, come on, let's go. Nazis, right? Like, where's the end of it? Where's the finish? Where's the finish line? Like, what is their plan for these people? Like, is the plan just to incarcerate them in these camps and just have them be in these camps and just sit there forever? Is that the plan? Is the plan deportation to where? Like, and what stops them from just turning around and coming back in, right? Content writes, is condemning people to heterosexually cruel and unusual punishment? My God, imagine being straight. Yeah, I am straight. I'm straight. I'm as straight as they come. Like, straight up. Like, I've definitely looked at men and been like, maybe, and then been like, nah, not my jam. Not for me. Not the thing. Right? Like, I feel like I have a pretty, like, relaxed attitude towards sex and sexuality. Like, I don't really care about lots of other lots of things that other straight people care about, I don't care about. I'm, like, less repressed, I think would be the way that I would say it. But still straight. Just still straight. That's it. And I got to tell you, it's a huge pain in the ass. Being straight is the worst. It just sucks. It's so lame. Needing to negotiate with, like, another... They might as well be like a foreign alien species when it comes to sex and sexuality, right? Anyway. Yeah, content continues. Keep in mind, Dems have tried passing border policy and GOP has torpedoed most of them. Well, I think it's largely because what you have right now in terms of GOP, like, border policy for the Democrats is likely integration, right? That it's a good idea to take people who are fleeing and find a way to reintegrate them. That's what China did, right? Like the Uyghur genocide camps, right? When you actually went in, what you saw is you saw vocational schools where people could come and like learn a skill, learn the local language, right? Was there probably a certain degree of like making certain individuals do these things? Sure, right? But as opposed to what? As opposed to doing what, right? And and I think the Democrats were probably of the mind to do so, right? Of the mind to be like, okay, well, we've got these people here. Deporting them is not a serious solution. Not just simply based on the logistics of it. Like, what are you talking about? Deport them back to where? For like in what's like? What are you talking about even? Like, deport them. So just send them, like, walk that way, and then what? They're gonna just stop. They're just not gonna turn around and come back around. Like, what are you gonna do? Put them on a plane? Like, what's the actual logistical strategy here? Like, you have 6 million people, and your strategy is deportation? What are you talking about? It's so stupid. Like, it's so dumb on the face of it, right? Just logistically, it's moronic, right? And so the Democrats likely were putting up legislation to be like, yeah, we should probably think about, like, hey, why don't we give them, like, an English language class? Why don't we try to integrate them into the economy? Which Republicans aren't. They don't want to do that. Because what do Republicans want to do? They want to round these people up and they want to deport them. That's what they want to do. Right? Like, that's how Republicans view this issue. And that's how they're always going to view this issue. So they're going to go down like a weird little fascist, like, and it looks like it's happening. Like, it's going to be a pretty crazy fascist moment that's going to come out of Texas. And it looks like they're going to do it no matter who's in charge, right? Like, because now, like, again, you can't put this genie back in the bottle. You cannot put this genie back in the bottle. Greg Abbott has declared in front of everybody that we are going to do this our way. Texas, we don't give a fuck what you say. You're not putting that genie back in the bottle, man. Like, there's gonna be some serious crazy shit that's gonna come out of this, because you think about all of the pent up anger and all of the pent up rage that exists within these military organizations and within these militia organizations and with the National Guard and all these people, right? You think about like the gun nut culture and all of these people who have this like pent up, like, we've got to do something about this. We've got to do something about these illegal immigrants coming in here, taking our jobs and causing problems for everybody, bringing up their crime, and the cartels being all this, oh my God. And so they're going to do something. Now, what are they going to do? You think it's going to be nice? You think it's going to be super cool? You think it's going to be, you think it's going to be like super slow motion? Nah, man. I bet you they've already started. Like, I bet you Greg Abbott said this yesterday. And I bet you today they already went and like swept people up, and they already have been doing huge operations already. I bet that this is just like this wasn't like asking permission. This was a declaration, and they're probably already doing massive operations right now, right? And there's probably groups in Texas who, when they saw that Greg Abbott made that announcement, they probably just went as like a gang, as like just like a group of dudes just going around being like, okay, well, we know where there's a bunch of these guys. Let's just go get them. Right. And over the next few weeks and months, right, we're probably going to see stories coming out of Texas being like, yeah, a local militia group went into like a ghetto or whatever, just shot up a bunch of people. Right. Or just rounded up a bunch of people and like took them into the desert and like buried them. Like, these stories are coming. Ashton, I was gay until I got brain injury on the job. These days, I'm as asexual as a monk. Never tell me wage work isn't slavery. You got it, my man. Keep in mind as well, says Compton, many of those states can't match raw numbers of blue states. But whatever, yeah. GOP wants a crisis more than border security. This is too full of opportunity. I mean, I don't think it's based in any kind of rationale whatsoever. I think it's literally just scary brown people. They don't speak the language, and if you know, these people are white supremacists. Like, these people view brown people as inferior. Like, you're talking about, like, you take a look at the history of Texas, you take a look at the history of this area, It's like a history of genocide and ethnic cleansing, of white people coming in and clearing all the brown people out, right? That's the history. That's the history of Texas, for sure. And they've got like a culture of it. Yeah, the Texas Rangers, right? They've got a culture of it where they believe that the white power structure is the best, and they're gonna fight to maintain it. And so if a bunch of brown people start streaming up into their border, they're not going to sit there and go, well, the wise decision is to seek a path of integration, is to say, hey, how about instead of wasting all of this money and all this effort and all this time on trying to keep these people out, because it's like a flood, right? It's like a flood of people. How about we erect institutions to successfully integrate them into the society so that they can become productive members of society, and that we don't waste a lot of productive capacity on trying to root out the quote-unquote bad apples, or using the quote-unquote bad apples as a justification for collective punishment. But we're talking about a culture and a country that's actively doing a genocide in the Middle East right now. So we're not dealing with a country or a culture that's heavily rooted in rationale, right? They're not really thinking this shit through. That it really is just like brown people scary. And that's really what it is. Like, and I'm sure there's lots of strife, and I'm sure there's lots of difficulty, and I'm sure there's lots of crime. I'm sure that's all true. I'm sure that all of the stories and everything that these Texans are going to tell you is actually true, right? But the response to it, instead of saying, okay, like, look at the Statue of Liberty, right? Bring me your poor, bring me your weak, bring me your downtrodden, right? And instead of that idea of what made America was its immigrant culture, and and immigration and immigrants usually increase economic productivity in a society, because people who are fleeing from death and destruction, when they find stability, they tend to fucking double down and grind into it, right? Instead of that, they're going to spend all their time, and they're going to waste all of their energy, and they're going to do everything they can to keep people out, right? Like this is like the great downfall of America, is that they take their whatever productive capacity they have left, right? They've shipped most of it overseas, so they're actively rebuilding their manufacturing and their productive capacity now. So whatever small amount they actually have left, they basically just grind it into a war machine, right? And act with that war machine on principles that are so fucking wrong-headed that it's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious that they're wrong-headed. Like, you're never actually going to keep millions of people out. It's just never going to happen, right? No matter how hard you try. All you're ever going to do is enact a reign of terror and create a second-class group of citizens. That's all you're ever going to achieve. There's no such thing as keeping them out, securing our border. It's such a dumb fuck way of actually thinking about humanity and about thinking of human migration. Secure our border. What are you fucking talking about? Secure our border. Like, if 6 million people over 3 years walk over your border, tough shit. Like, tough shit. Like, maybe the best that you can do is ask questions like, why are these people coming? What the hell is going on that this deluge is coming? And you're like, well, maybe it has something to do with the economic destruction that we're causing in the South America, right? Maybe it has something to do with our constant coups and overthrows and the economic despair that we spread wherever we go. Right? But, like, America doesn't have the capacity to have this kind of meta thinking, right? All they see is subhumans, right, non-whites, coming up from a border. They want to come up to America because we're great and we're the most prosperous. Certainly has nothing to do with the fact that, like, oh, this is the only place that America doesn't bomb. And instead of saying, 6 million people, that's more people than some states have. Maybe we should we could integrate those people into our country and actually use that as a labor force in order to increase our own productive capacity and increase our manufacturing base and actually do something about it. Nope, got to erect giant facilities, enormous organizations like ICE, right? And do everything we can to keep them out on the other side of the border. If they make it on the other side of the border, we put them in one of the facilities. And then if they manage to make it past all of that and make it into the society, we have another group of people whose job it is to go through and try to find these people and grab them to put them into these facilities so that we can, quote unquote, deport them, which is like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you even talking about with that? So the entire thing is ridiculous on the face of it. Like, the entire thing is ridiculous on the face of it, and it's exactly what America is doing. So is it any small wonder that the place is being torn apart? Is it any small wonder that the internal politics of America is no longer working? How's the roommate? Great. He's quiet. He's nice. He cleans up. Right? He's here. He works a lot, and he loves his work. It's so funny because he's a cook, right? And he loves to cook. And then when he comes home, you know what he does? He cooks. Content writes, oh yeah, also you still see the Dems blaming Abbott being on the Russian payroll. Yeah. And that's embarrassing too, right? Like at no level in anywhere at any point during anything is any organization anywhere trying to honestly face what the fuck is going on in America. The Democrats holding on to this Russiagate shit. Are you kidding me with this? That's the most embarrassing shit possible. That's the most embarrassing shit possible. You can't, instead of actually looking out into your own country and asking the question genuinely, why did people not vote for us? Why is there this much resistance? What is it that is causing the resistance to, like, why are we losing to these clowns? Why are we losing to Boebert? Why are we losing to Gates? Why are we losing to Ted fucking Cruz? Why are we losing to these total fucking clowns? And it's because they're standing up being like, yeah, the Republicans, they're all Russiagate. Yeah, it's all Russia. They're taking Russian funding. Like, it's the stupidest shit you've ever heard in your life. Like, and then the Democrats will turn around and try to say that it's Donald Trump that has the cult. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, maybe he does, right? But the Democrats have their own little kooky cult. They have their own little blue MAGA thing going on. And one of the major pillars of blue MAGA is everything is Russia's fault. It's Russia. The Russians colluded against us. We are perfect and pristine, and anyone would vote for us if only they knew the truth and there wasn't all this Russian propaganda going on. Like, what are you fucking talking about? The Russians hacked the servers. What are you fucking talking about? But this is American politics, right? This is how it looks now. And as the country begins to fall apart in big and serious ways, right? It's and things like this are only going to accelerate it, in my view, right? Yeah, if you read anything about Texas, they're just losing their whole ass minds. I mean, for goodness sakes, we've got articles coming out of the Atlantic, right? Do I want to read this whole fucking thing? Let's see what the Atlantic has to say. Has the legacy media, is the legacy media starting to catch up with the Canadian commie? Are they starting to recognize that which we've been saying for years and years already? To what degree do they think that this is going to occur? Because I bet you they're just going to talk about like an economic collapse and that everything will be fine and the states will rally and we'll all figure it out. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Haltosis writes, I want any Biden voters to name something that Biden has done in his 49 years of public office that make them proud that they voted for him. Yeah. America is headed towards collapse. History suggests how to stave it off. Does history suggest that? Because I would say that history suggests that it's when empires collapse, they fucking collapse. How has America slid into its current age of discord? Great first line. Great first line. You know what? I'm going to really love this one. I'm going to read this one like a goofy idiot. Why has our trust in institutions collapsed? And why have our democratic norms unraveled? You know what I really like about the this first beginning of the article is that it's finally a legacy media organization admitting there's a problem, right? This to me has been the most frustrating part. I look back on my life, the last 10 years, 20 years, for God's sakes, of my life, and I think the most frustrating part of being alive in North America for these last 20 years was nobody acknowledging that there's obviously a problem. And that people pretending as though, oh, but we elected a black president. The black president saw racism is cured, right? And it's been so fucking annoying and so fucking frustrating living in this country, seeing that there are obvious systemic problems that are going to rear their heads and are going to create issues and going to create problems. And everybody just being like, Paul, you just need to get a better job. You just need to get a better education. It was your fault for taking on all that debt when you were 18 while we were all telling you to do it. Like, it's fucking annoying. So it's nice to see, after 20 years of all of that trash and all of that garbage, that finally news, if you want to call them news, organizations are finally starting to acknowledge, oh, hey, maybe there's a problem. So thank you, The Atlantic, for catching up with the Canadian commie. Thank you so much for finally standing up in front of everybody and acknowledging, oh shit, there's a problem, we think. Now, let's continue reading how they think that's not actually a problem. All human societies experience recurrent waves of political crisis. This isn't unique or special, right? This is just normal, right? Whatever. We don't need to find the reasons for it because it just happens. Such as the one we face today. My research team of like silver spoon babies and people who are like, my nanny told me, right? So well-educated morons, I'm sure. Karl Marx, yeah, that always ends in disaster. My research team built a database of hundreds of societies across 10,000 years to try to find out what causes them. We examined dozens of variables, including population numbers, measures of well-being, forms of governance, and the frequency with which rulers are overthrown. We found that the precise mix of events that leads to crisis varies, but two drivers of instability loom large. Oh man, this is going to be great. The first is popular immiseration. When the economic fortunes of broad swaths of the population decline, i.e. the entire purpose of neoliberalism, extract as much wealth up to the top and it'll all trickle down, we promise. Certainly not, we're going to fund a pedophile island. That's definitely not going to happen, right? Yeah, it'll trickle down into having sex with little girls. What? What did you think? What do you think? Those little girls are well funded. Yeah, we paid for their educations, you know. There's your trickle down. The second, and more significant, is elite overproduction. When a society produces too many super rich and ultra educated people and not enough elite positions to satisfy their ambitions, you can never satisfy the rich are attempting to replace their inner soul with stuff. And there's just no... You could take the entirety of all human creation and of the universe itself and try to fill the hole, the inner hole that exists inside of the psychopathic rich. And it wouldn't even begin to do it. Right? Like, this is the level of despair and disgrace that we exist, right? These forces have played a key role in our current crisis. So income inequality, right? Maybe it's a bad idea to let five guys have all the money, right? But it'll trickle down, we promise. In the past 50 years, despite overall economic growth, the quality of life for most Americans has declined. The wealthy have become wealthier, while the incomes and wages of the median American family have stagnated. As a result, our social pyramid has become top-heavy. At the same time, the U.S. began overproducing graduates with advanced degrees. More and more people aspiring to positions of power began fighting over a relatively fixed number of spots. The competition amongst them has corroded the social norms and institutions that govern society. The US has gone through this twice before. It's almost as though the system of capital is predictable and operates in predictable ways, right? Oh, we've done this before. Oh, okay. Cool. How did we resolve it then? Do you think it's going to happen that way again? The first time ended in civil war. Hey, that's fun. But the second led to a period of unusually broad-based prosperity. Both offer lessons about today's dysfunctional and, more importantly, how to fix it. Yeah, we're going to get into the how to fix it. To understand the root causes of the current crisis, let's start by looking at how the number of uber-wealthy Americans has grown. Back in 1983, 66,000 American households were worth at least $10 million. That may sound like a lot, but by 2019, controlling for inflation, the number had increased tenfold. A similar, if larger, upsurge happened lower on the food chain. The number of households worth $5 million or more increased sevenfold, and the number of mere millionaires went up fourfold. On its surface, having more wealthy people doesn't sound like such a bad thing. But at whose expense did wealth swell in the recent years? Starting in the 1970s, although the overall economy continued to grow, the share of that growth going to average workers began to shrink, and real wages leveled off. It's no coincidence that Americans' average height, a useful proxy for well-being, economic and otherwise, stopped increasing around then too, even as average heights in much of Europe continued climbing. That's weird, right? That's a weird thing to sort of throw in the middle of things. Yeah, we used to be big and tall, and now we're little. All right. By 2010, the relative wage divided by GDP per capita of an unskilled worker had nearly halved compared with mid-century. For the 64% of Americans who didn't have a 4-year college degree, real wages shrank in the 40 years before 2016. As wages diminished, the cost of owning a home and going to college soared. To afford an average house, a worker earning the median wage in 2016 had to log 40% more hours than she would have in 1976. And parents without a college degree had to work 4 times longer to pay for their children's college. Even college-educated Americans aren't doing well across the board. They made out well in the 1950s when fewer than 15% of 18 to 24-year-olds went to college, but not today, with more than 60% of high school graduates immediately enroll. To get ahead of the competition, more college graduates have sought out advanced degrees. From 1955 to 1975, the number of students enrolled in law school tripled. From 1960 to 1970, the number of doctorate degrees granted at U.S. universities more than tripled. This was manageable in the post-war World War II period, when the number of professions requiring advanced degrees shot up. But when the demand eventually subsided, the supply didn't. By the 2000s, degree holders greatly outnumbered the positions available to them. The imbalance is most acute in the social sciences and humanities, but the U.S. hugely overproduces degrees, even in STEM fields. Yeah, it's because you made everybody poor, right? So you made everybody poor, so nobody can actually afford the people who have the degrees, right? And because you only have like a small group of psychopaths, they only need to be serviced by a certain amount of, like you only need like so many lawyers, right? You're not going to hire 100,000 lawyers. You're going to hire 10, right? You're going to have like a legal team, but you're not going to have like enough to make up for the entire nation of lawyers that exists. You sort of rely on the idea that everybody's going to need to have access to a lawyer. Well, they don't have any money, right? They don't have any money because you made them poor so we can watch Elon Musk jerk off on Twitter. This is part of a broader trend. It's just so funny listening to these articles explain what we've been saying to them for 20 years. Finally catching up, just being like, oh yeah, I hired a huge research team. Yep, you could have walked down to a fucking donut shop. You could have had a conversation with just some guy, some like trucker, drinking coffee and being like, yep, you gave 5 guys all the money. Yep. Compared with 50 years ago, Far more Americans today have either the financial means or the academic credentials to pursue positions of power, especially in politics. But the number of those positions hasn't increased, which has led to fierce competition, also known as nepotism. Competition is healthy for society in moderation. Source required, right? It's this kind of like magical statement, like competition is healthy. Yeah, it's actually healthy to have a good amount of competition in the society. Yeah, it's good that we have classes of people fighting for scarce resources that we make scarce on purpose in order to augment the fight that they have to have for money, right? That makes sense. It's good for us. Source required. But the competition we are witnessing among America's elites has been anything but moderate. It has created very few winners and masses of resentful losers. It has brought out the dark side of meritocracy. Again, what are you talking about, meritocracy? Like, what's this magical meritocracy that you're talking about? Literally, the richest guy in America was born a billionaire. What are you talking about? Like, it's the very fact that they're willing to even say the word meritocracy as if it exists at all or as if it is a thing is itself embarrassing. It's embarrassing that people are not meritocracy. What are you talking about? It's so stupid. It's stupid to say out loud. The people who defend meritocracy are stupid, right? Like when somebody comes into my channel and when Jordan Peterson fans talk about it, I immediately think to myself, here's the stupidest person I've talked to all day. Right? Flat earther level, just dumb, like, yeah, a thing exists that definitely doesn't. I think Santa is real, and the earth is flat, and climate change is fake, but the meritocracy is real. What are you talking about? It's so easy to falsify. It's so easy to say, like, literally look at who the person at the top of the chain is and go, oh, that guy was born rich. There's the end of your fucking meritocracy. And it's true for all of these guys. Like, Jeff Bezos got like a huge loan from his family and bribed a bunch of officials to let him put Amazon forward. Bill Gates' mom literally sat on a board of directors with the head of IBM. Like, if there is such a thing as a meritocracy, then the way you ascend it is just by being well positioned. That's it. You either get born into wealth or you get born beside somebody who gives you a ton of wealth. Like, that's how it actually works. The concept of like, oh, I'll just work hard and I'm super smart. Shut up. Like, if you're so fucking super smart, then why is your country falling apart, you dim-witted morons? Like, it's such a like self-congratulatory, like, I'm here because I'm smart. I'm the smartest. Everyone needs to listen to me because I earned it. I'm super smart. I'm a good boy. Like, shut up. Shut up. Why don't people risk their lives to get into communist countries? They do. What are you talking about? Like, for real, what are you talking about? Like, do you just not know about the mass migration that happened into China and into the Xinjiang province? Like, it's just real straightforward stuff. Like, how did Putin and Xi get their wealth? What did they invent or produce? Like, it's so this criticism, and I put that in quotes because it's just so dumb. Like, this is the type of criticism that if Xi Jinping or Putin were actually poor, you'd just be like, oh, their leader is poor, so it doesn't work. So you're just criticizing them no matter what. That's really where it comes down to. Like, don't you want the leader of your country to actually have wealth? Isn't that part of having a leader of a country? That you look at them and go, oh yeah, okay. Like, what are you talking about? But if they weren't that way, then you'd be like, oh, that's a failure of the system because they're not making any money. So if the leader of the country can't make any money, then oh, well. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. They stole it. Source required. Thanks. Oh my god, that just fucking dim-wittedness. You know what? I think it is worth putting this up. I think it's worth, whenever we talk to these kinds of guys, it's always worth putting this up. Back to the article. All this has left us with a large and growing class of frustrated elite and a large and growing class of workers who can't make lives better for themselves. The decades that have led to our present-day dysfunction share important similarities with the decades leading to the Civil War. Then as now, a growing economy served to make rich richer and poor poorer. The number of millionaires per capita quadrupled from 1800 to 1850, while the relative wage declined by nearly 50% from the 1820s to the 1860s, just as it has in recent decades. Biological data from the time suggests that the average American's quality of life declined significantly. From 1830 to the end of the century, the average height of Americans fell by nearly 2 inches. Wow, the Atlantic really cares about how tall you are. They're literally just like, yeah, you gotta be a big tall guy or else, nah. From 1830 to the end of the century, the average life expectancy at age 10 decreased by 8 years during approximately the same period. This popular immiseration stirred up social strife, which could be seen in urban riots. From 1820 to 1825, when times were good, only one riot occurred in which at least one person was killed. But in the 5 years before the Civil War, 1855 to 1860, American cities experienced no fewer than 38 such riots. We see a similar pattern today. In the run-up to the Civil War, this frustration manifested politically, in part as anti-immigrant populism, epitomized by the Know Nothing Party. Today, this strain of populism has been resurrected by Donald Trump. Strife grew amongst elites, too. The newly minted millionaires of the 19th century who made their money in manufacturing rather than through the plantations or overseas trade chafed under the rule of the Southern aristocracy as their economic interests diverged. To protect their budding industries, the new elites favored high tariffs and state support for infrastructure projects. The established elites, who grew and exported cotton and imported manufactured goods from overseas, strongly opposed these measures. The Southern slaveholders' grip on the federal government, the new elites argued, prevented necessary reforms in the banking and transportation systems, which threaten their economic well-being. As the elite class expanded, the supply, now we're getting into grandpa whining, As the elite class expanded, the supply of desirable government posts flattened. Although the number of U.S. representatives grew fourfold from 1789 to 1835, it had shrunk by mid-century. Blah, 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 blue, 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 blue. Literally, the rich keep money for themselves and the poor can't do anything, right? We're getting into Jordan Peterson-esque, just say a bunch of shit, right? If I'm the editor for this guy, I'm like, this needs to go. This needs to go. Who cares about any of this, right? The victory of the North in the Civil War decimated the wealth and power of the Southern ruling class. Yabba, 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 yabba. Saying less interesting things. Let's get to the conclusion. We are still suffering the consequences of abandoning that compact. The long history of human society compiled in our databases suggests that America's current economy is so lucrative for the ruling elites that achieving fundamental reform might require violent revolution. But we have reason for hope. It is not unprecedented for a ruling class, with adequate pressure from below, to allow for the nonviolent reversal of elite overproduction. But such an outcome requires elites to sacrifice their near-term self-interest for our long-term collective interests. At the moment, they don't seem prepared to do that. So I get why they did the big winding thing. It's because they hoped that the rich would stop reading so they wouldn't get to the bottom line, which is, we need to overthrow these motherfuckers, says the Atlantic, right? That's what the Atlantic says. We need to get rid of these people. Ugh. Morning, Bread Bunny. How you doing, bud? What are you guys saying while I was reading all that nonsense? I want Biden to win so that these frisky states won't have the backing of the federal government. If Trump wins, blue states will tolerate the horror because it will be quote-unquote legal. It has to be exposed as illegitimate. I'd rather have a fractured fascist state and solidly federally endorsed than a solidly federally endorsed one that works as a single unit. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go that way, my man. Like, it's tearing itself apart no matter what, right? I don't think there's a road back. Like, the only road back, and I think the Atlantic here actually nails it, is if the elites go, oh, let's distribute our wealth. Let's actually, like, begin a process of reunification, which isn't going to happen because they're psychopaths, right? They're self-interest psychopaths, so they're not going to do that. So, like, whether it's Trump or Biden, I think the pendulum is swinging in the direction of the country tearing itself apart. I thought they said we were in a labor shortage, but now it's a labor surplus? They're just saying whatever they need to say, dude. Like, there's no logic to anything that gets said. Elon Musk had the knowledge, foresight, and good decision-making skills to choose the richest parents at birth. Yeah. Yeah, Isaac, there are millions from North Korea and the Middle East who fled to Russia. Yeah, like, it's just kind of embarrassing when people come in here and say this shit. Like, please, if you don't know anything about the subject, the best thing for you to do is to phrase what you're saying in the form of a question. Because then it has the appearance of understanding that you don't know what you're talking about, right? It's the people who come in and act as though they know what they're talking about when they're just the most illiterate people in the room and they don't know the first fucking thing about anything that's going on, who really are cringy. It's really tough to deal with these people. Like, and I'm really going to start using this one. This for sure is coming back. You're going to see this guy a lot more. Olano, the supposed oh no. Starts with a G. Gabon. Welcome back. Here to quote unquote debate more. You are catching us at a fun moment, my friend, because the country is tearing itself apart in fun and interesting ways. Right? Hey, Monsieur, how you doing? Don't worry, all the disappointed lawyers will pretend to be socialists and put all the idealistic communists into some sort of a movement. Look up the story of the American soldiers' defection to the DPRK during the Korean War. Sure. I think Biden is the best choice for obvious reasons. If Trump indeed is elected, or Ron DeSantis, America is in a tight situation. Ron DeSantis has already stepped down, so that's not going to happen. It's looking like it's a freight train of Biden v. Trump, and it really is looking like Donald Trump is going to... Like, when you take a look at the polls that are coming out of the swing states, and in these elections, the swing states are the only states that actually matter, right? Like, there's no reason to look at, like, Texas, for example. Texas is voting Republican. They're not going to not vote Republican. Like, Florida, same story, right? But across America, there's, like, 13 swing states, and they are all polling very heavily towards Donald Trump right now. For a lot of obvious reasons, right? The Biden administration has largely been a failure. It's literally committing a genocide in the Middle East right now. You think about who are the types of people who are actually supporting the Democrats and supporting the Biden administration. Well, a lot of them are Muslims and people of color, Hispanic, right? Minority groups. That's why it's like Team Diversity Squad, right? That's the rhetoric that comes out of the Democratic Party. And they're looking at this genocide being like, no. Like, I've got this really actually quite beautiful statement. This fella here, right? Here, can I get this going? Video is always such a pain in the ass for me. Here.
I was a bit struck last week when I saw that they opened the pulpit up to Genocide Joe. Y'all can get mad, I don't care. And people, as he began to give his campaign speech, some protesters stood up and said, "Stop the blood in Palestine." They said, if you're outraged by the blood of Selma and you're outraged by the blood that was spilled in this very church, then how about calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, since you giving them the weapons, you giving them the support, you giving them the money? Joe, why don't you do something about it? They marched and stood up and got kicked out of the church, and people said, we're outraged. You know, I was outraged too.
Yes, sir.
How dare you use this sacred space? How dare you use this beloved pulpit? How dare you use this sacred tradition? How dare you use the words of Jesus, who overturned the tables in the temple, who was committed to overturning a Roman government, who was committed to speaking out against injustice? How dare you use this space as a shield for imperial war? How dare you use this space as a shield for violence? How dare you use this space as a shield for genocide? The moral atrocity that took place wasn't some disruptive protesters. It was the fact that you allowed the leader of the most violent and bloody empire in modern history to stand in this place and represent a tradition that he ain't got nothing to do with.
I mean, strong, powerful words, right? Strong and powerful words. And this is the mindset that is coming through. People who supported the Biden administration in the last election, they're not going to show up to vote, right? They're not going to vote for Trump, but they're not going to show up to vote. Alano, you're talking to a guy right now whose position genuinely is that there isn't actually a difference between the two parties, and in fact, that the two parties are allies that work together, right? That they work together in a good cop, bad cop fashion, right? They work together in a good cop, bad cop fashion in order to maintain control and suppress the populace for the benefit of the system of capital. That's what's actually happening in the electoral system. That it is not a choice between two extremely different people and two extremely different worldviews. That both Biden and Trump support the same ideas. That they fundamentally agree on everything that actually matters. That Donald Trump is not anti-war in the world, right? That he maintained the war machine just like Biden did. He moved around and managed the American empire and American war just like Biden did. I think that you can make many arguments that show that Trump planted the seeds for many of the things that are happening today. So, for example, the war the genocide that's happening in Gaza now, well, one of the big impetuses for Hamas's attack on October 7th was that the Trump administration had been negotiating and brokering deals between Saudi Arabia and Israel and had empowered Israel to create this idea of a greater Israel, right? And supporting the concept of a greater Israel leads Hamas to recognize, well, if we don't do something, we're going to just be wiped away. We're just going to be cleaned away. And so they did something, right? So there's, of course, I don't support Trump, but I don't acknowledge that he is somehow different, right? That the outcomes underneath both of them are the same, because both of them support the system of capital. And as long as you're going to ignore that both of them work for the same people towards the same goals for the same purposes, then you can pretend that one is better than the other, right? Like, what will happen if you support Biden, right? Like, the grift is as simple as this. Democrats come in to keep things as they are. Republicans come in to regress the society towards capital. That's the way the pendulum swings. That the Democrats are not swinging anything to the left, and they're not moving the needle at all in a positive manner, right? That's not what their job is, and that's not what their role is, right? You have to be realistic. You have to make a choice. Sure, I choose to vote for literally anyone else. I choose to write a name on the ballot. I choose to vote communist. I will not be voting Democrat, and I will not be voting Republican, right? I will not be voting liberal. I will not be voting conservative. I will not be voting NDP. And I think it's morally abhorrent to do so. I think it is morally indefensible to vote for any of those parties at this point, because all of those parties have shown that their interest lay in only one thing. Which is the evisceration of the populace for the benefit of capital. That's the only reason it exists. Yeah, Alano, you seem like we all know there's this is a two-way voting. So you've just capitulated the position to begin with, right? Like what a gift. What a gift. Right? What an absolutely beautiful gift that you've just given to the capitalist power structure, right? You've just ceded your intellectual authority. You've just ceded your moral authority. It's, oh well, we got to vote for between these two demons. No, you don't. You literally don't. Like, you've just decided that it's this is the way it is, right? I think this counts. I think this is important to put up for this conversation. And like, at the end of the day, like, for all your faux pretending that there's a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, well, what's the difference? Like, what's the actual difference? What's the thing that you can point to actually say, oh, this is actually a tangible, real difference that actually is a thing that really actually does matter? Like, what is it? Anyone knows the point of what I'm saying, you're not being realistic. It's interesting how realism means ignoring what is actually factually true. You can vote for who you like. We don't need to vote for these Democrats. We don't need to vote for these Republicans, right? Okay, Vashlover, how? Like, how? If the Republicans are objectively worse than the Democrats, how? Because as far as I'm concerned, they're teammates. They work together. They're good cop, bad cop. That you guys are just caught in this idea that somehow they are antagonists when they are allies. How? Like, literally Obama had supermajorities in the Congress, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. And they passed literally nothing. They pass literally nothing. For 2 years, they passed literally nothing. Like Obamacare, which is basically a gift to the insurance companies across America. Right? Good, let Trump in. This will somehow make any better. Like, what do you think is actually happening in the country, my man? Like, this is what's embarrassing about your position. Right? It's a very embarrassing position. Like, Texas literally last night essentially declared its independence from the federal government. From the desk of Governor Greg Abbott. The first line. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. Well, you think it's going well? Like, what are you even talking about? Like, what are you even talking about? And Vashlover writes, Republicans are taking away fundamental rights in certain states. Yeah, with the help of the Democrats. Right? Again, like, you guys talk about this without actually acknowledging what I'm saying. That's what makes it embarrassing for you. Right? That's what makes you sound dumb. Like, I hate to use such strong language, but that's the truth, right? I'm using technical language to hopefully inspire you into thought. You're sounding very stupid. There's no other language that I can use anymore. You sound stupid. And it's because no matter how often I say this, you continue to regurgitate the same moronic sounding talking points that are rooted in a deep stupidity to ignore what's actually being said to you. Right? So please, I'm going to say it one more time. Please acknowledge reality. Please acknowledge the words that I'm saying. Please begin discussing the conversation within the framework that I am putting in front of you, and stop being so stupid. That goes for Alano. Stop being so stupid. Now's your chance to listen and hear words. Vosh Lover, this goes to you. Stop being so stupid. Listen to what is being said and acknowledge reality. And if you won't, then you're out of here. Because I'm not interested in talking to flat earthers anymore. Especially some arrogant little guy who's trying to tell me to be realistic while completely ignoring reality. So I'm going to say it the third time now. Here's your opportunity to stop being stupid morons. Okay. The Democrats and Republicans are allies. They work together to achieve objectives for capitalists. They are not antagonists. They do not work against each other. The strategy between the two of them is that the Democrats maintain the status quo, that where we are is the best that we can do no better. No matter how far to the right the society actually goes, the Democrats' job is to keep things as they are. If they do move the needle ever so slightly to the left, it is only done to placate their base, and done in such a way so that when Republicans take power again, it can be easily regressed. You can see this very clearly with the Roe v. Wade decision. Democrats had decades to make that firmer legislation. They chose not to. Why? Because that's not their job. Their job in the system of capital is to maintain the status quo. What's the job of the Republican? To regress the society back towards the system of capital. That's the job. That they work together. They work together in order to achieve this. And so saying in the chat at all that one is preferable to the other is falling for the grift. That it is saying to the good cop, oh, I will confess all of this stuff because you're being so nice to me. Forgetting to recognize that they work for the same team. They work for the same team. They are not interested in improving things for you. They are not interested in maintaining a livable society for you. They're not interested in that. They are interested in operating as a tool for capital for you to turn to when you're tired of getting the shit beat out of you. That's what it is. They're the good cop. And to stand up and say out loud in front of anyone at any time, anywhere, that somehow they're different or somehow they work against one another or somehow they're not helping one another achieve these goals is stupid. It's a stupid way to think about American politics. It is dumb. No, just don't vote for these guys. Don't vote for these guys. You are limiting your options to vote Democrat or vote Republican, which is a huge win for the system of capital. A massive, enormous win for the system of capital to limit yourself so. To say that, oh, we can only do these, we only have two options. There's only two things that can be done. In the world of possibilities, there's only two such things. Not voting is voting for the winning side, which is something you don't understand. So what? No, of course I understand it. Look, you're the stupid person in the conversation, Alano. Like, you're the one who's being very, very stupid in this conversation. And again, I'm using this very technically, because you talk as though you know things when you are very, very stupid. Okay? Of course, not voting means that whoever wins, wins. So, they both work for the system of capital. They both work to enact the goals of capital. You're not morally superior for voting for the good cop. It doesn't give you any position of morality at all in order to vote for the capitalist who gives you a little pat on the head. It's an embarrassing position to hold. It's a stupid thing to think. And standing up and participating in your own exploitation and thinking you're doing a good job makes you stupid. A gullible rube who the capitalists are happy to have working for them. That's all it boils down to. And to have you come in here acting like the moron that you're acting like, this is some flat earther shit. Let Trump in. Trump's getting in, dude. Like, whether you like it or not. Whether I like it or not. Like, the Republicans are probably going to win the next presidential election. Because we're experiencing a massive decline of the American empire. The system of capital that you venerate is eating itself. Right? The very fact that we are in this position at all should tell you that. Like, the system of capital is destroying itself. It's vomiting out these fascists, right? And it's vomiting out Donald Trump, right? So whether the fascists are blue or whether the fascists are red, right? Whether it's corporate fascism or whether it's industrial fascism, which flavor of fascism would you prefer? Right? You can ask the citizens of Gaza what they think about Joe Biden, right? And this sort of embarrassing, high-minded moralism where you're just like, let Trump in. Yeah, just let Trump in. Like, this is your system, the system that you defend, right? Because you're a worker defending your own exploitation. This is your system eating itself and then you complaining about your system eating itself. That's what makes this so fucking embarrassing and so cringy. Just like, ugh. That you're watching the natural outcome of your own system that you defend conclude. And now it's just getting childish, so we're good. Too stupid. Too stupid to talk to, my man. Grow up. Like, you're just too stupid. Like, at least Vashlover has the sense to shut his mouth and listen. Right? You're just too stupid. And you're just going to always be stupid. Right? And it's not going to be until the knife is in your back that you're going to go, oh, wait a minute. The system of capital abandons all of us and destroys us. You're just too stupid to talk to. Like, and that's a highly technical term. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not seeking to insult you. I'm not trying to say this in order to belittle or diminish you. I am saying it because it is objectively and factually true. You are too stupid to talk to. Maybe stop being so stupid. Read a book. I recommend Das Kapital, anything by Michael Hudson, Richard Wolff, Michael Parenti is a good person to look out. And then maybe you'll stop being so stupid. Thanks for playing. Dude. People who fight for their own exploitation, it's wild. Like, it's wild. It's wild to see people actually fight and defend their own stupidity. Right? Like, yeah, glad to join the stream to Alando, Uncle Tom. Bimbo Dweeb. Like, if you don't have the sense to understand who's exploiting you, right? If you don't have the sense to understand who's got the jackboot on your back, right? Then you're too stupid to talk to. Like, it's just so fucking dumb. Yeah, it is kind of like a Stockholm Syndrome, isn't it? Like, there's Monsieur Balls. Yeah. Maybe if I sacrifice my life to the system that's destroying me, they'll let up. They'll let up a little bit. And what's so funny about this final comment, right? Have you seen those apocalypse movies where before the world gets destroyed, there's a crazy guy holding posters and cartoons with "Prepare, it's coming," or like "Jesus is coming"? That's what you look like. Yeah, and then what happens every single time, my man? It gets destroyed. Crazy guy, eh? Fucking moron. So, moving on from the stupidity. Half of recent U.S. inflation due to high corporate profits, report finds. Think tank report says resounding evidence shows companies continue to keep prices high even as their inflationary costs drop. A new report claims resounding evidence shows that high corporate profits are a main driver of ongoing inflation, and companies continue to keep prices high even as their inflationary costs drop. The report, compiled by the Progressive Groundwork Collaborative think tank, found corporate profits accounted for about 53% of inflation during the last year's second and third quarters. Profits drove just 11% of price growth in the 40 years prior to the pandemic, according to the report. Prices for consumers rose by 3.4% over the last year, but input costs for producers increased by just 1%, according to the author's calculations, which were based on data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis and National Income and Product Accounts. Costs have come down substantially, and while corporations were quick to pass on the increased costs to consumers, they are surprisingly less quick to pass on their savings to consumers. What? Liz Pancotti, a Groundwork strategic advisor and paper co-author, said, "Wow, psychopaths are not willing to help others." Since pandemic inflation spiked in 2021, a high-stakes debate has played out about its sources. Many progressive economists point to corporate profits or greedflation and supply chain issues as a driver of high prices, while their more conservative counterparts signaled out government stimulus cash and high wages. The report's authors scoured corporate earnings calls and found executives bragging to shareholders about keeping prices high and widening profit margins as input costs come down. The findings come as the Federal Reserve has hiked interest rates to their highest point in 20 years. The report casts serious doubt on the need for further interest rate hikes and instead calls for stronger policies to rein in corporate profiteering. Yeah, the purpose of raising the interest rate was always to destroy smaller players. That was always what it was for, right? You gotta remember, right? If you actually want to be intelligent and you don't want to be a stupid person, every single time any of these institutions do anything, they lie about the reasons why they're doing it, right? So we are raising the interest rate. And what that's going to do is it's going to increase prices and make it more difficult to borrow money. And so people will buy less, and then that will lower prices. Yeah, that's why we're making that's why we're making the interest rate 15%, because of that mental gymnastics that you are too dumb to actually realize doesn't work. What does it actually do? Well, it destroys smaller players, right? So your mom and pop shops need to fold up and they need to sell. Who are they going to sell to? Oh, the billionaires, right? Because why? Because the billionaires are the ones with the money, right? Because the billionaires don't borrow money in the same way that mom and pop does, right? That's not how the billionaires operate. That's not what the billionaires do. There's a colloquialism that really plays in this, which is, if you borrow $100,000, you owe the bank. If you borrow $2 billion, the bank owes you, right? Like, if you are a guy like Elon Musk, if you're a guy like Warren Buffett, right? You're not getting money and you're not getting your assets and you're not getting your stuff while interacting with this fucking interest rate at all, right? That's not how it works. You are leveraging your other assets against getting other assets. You don't need to borrow the money. You don't need to borrow these things, right? You just go to the bank and say, hey, I've got $10 billion in assets. I'd like to buy this house. And the bank goes, yes, sir. Well, you know you're good for it. So there's never an interaction. Who does this actually affect? It affects just your mom and dad. So your mom and dad need to fold up shop. And who are they going to sell to? Warren fucking Buffett. Right? That's the reason they jacked the interest rate, and for no other fucking reason. Prices rose in 2021 as labor costs jumped and supply chain shocks from the pandemic and Ukraine war snarled shipping traffic and left energy supplies in question. But those issues have, in many cases, been fully sorted out and are easing, and the labor market has stabilized. Many commodities and service producers' prices have actually decreased, the report notes. Nearly 60% of the drop in key goods and services inputs was driven by large declines in energy costs, such as jet fuel and diesel fuel, while transportation and warehousing costs have fallen by nearly 4% since June 2022. Still, prices remain high. Consumers are still paying about 25% more for groceries, the report notes as an example. Corporations maintain high prices by exploiting cost shocks caused by events such as the Ukraine war and coordinating price hikes, said Isabella Weber, a University of Massachusetts Amherst economist who is not a part of the paper. The shocks create an environment in which it is safe for firms to increase prices as they expect their competitors to do the same, says Weber. This is a form of implicit collusion, she said. Firms do not even need to talk to one another to know what a cost shock is a great time to raise prices. But when costs fall, price-setting firms do not have any incentive to decrease prices. If no firms launch a price war, Weber added, then companies hold the line on prices and widening margins. She points to food processors as an example. The paper zooms in on the diaper industry, of which Procter & Gamble and Kimberly-Clark control 70% of the domestic market. Diaper prices have recently increased by more than 30% since 2019, from on average 16.50 cents to nearly $22. The rise was partially driven by an increase in commodities like wood pulp. And the paper just gets more and more. So we've decided as a country that we like to have a very large, powerful corporations, and we are okay with them being very profitable, she said. We need to take a really hard look at how does our tax code incentivize corporate profiteering and ask, do we as a country want to do something about that? Yes, we should seize the means of production and chase the psychopaths out of the conversation completely. We should erect a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and we should be done with these guys. Straight up. Like, the corporate profiteers should not be part of the conversation at all. That they can have a vote, right? Just like every other citizen can vote for a representative. But those people should be negotiating against a workers' council, right? And the workers' council should own the means of production. And the people who currently own the means of production should be told to go fuck themselves. And when they cry about it, we should go, haha, what an idiot. We should laugh at them and make fun of them when they publish their papers and cry about it. Like, these total fucking losers. Yeah, but Warren Buffett said to increase his taxes. He's one of the good ones. Yeah, borrowing against an asset to invest in another asset. Well, once you have $1 billion, like, the rules no longer really apply, right? You can just do what you like. Like, what's the bank going to say no? Yeah, the problem is flooding a weak U.S. national economy with petrodollar funds like Biden has basically debases its value, creates inflation. You just create your own debt. I mean, that's definitely part of it, but most of it is just like corporations want more money, right? That's the conclusion of this report. 50% of it, right? So half of recent U.S. inflation due to just corporations being like, oh, we can just raise prices and people will have to pay them. That's it. Right? That's it. And like, we see the negative consequences of all of this, right? It's just getting obvious now, right? As the media company and as the media corporations begin to catch up with us, right? As they begin to realize that, oh, wait, there's a real actual problem and there's actually something serious happening. Oh, wow, we actually have to do something about it. Oh, my goodness, right? As they catch up with the rest of us, their solutions are sort of childish, right? Maybe we'll ask the ruling class to redistribute its wealth nicely, and they will. Yeah, right. These guys are psychos. They're not going to do anything like that. Like, this is where America's heading. Here's your great capitalist system. A Wendy's franchise in Pennsylvania has been fined $30,000 for 766 child labor violations. The violations include failing to give breaks to 81 kids, 18 kids working without permits, and 10 kids working without parental knowledge. Child labor violations went up 50% in 2023. What even defines a collapse? That's actually a really fair question. What does, not like the Soviet where the states break free, that's not actually what happened, but I take your point. Like, I mean, when states begin to declare their independence, that is a collapse of the federal system, right? So when you see Texas, right, this happened yesterday, so I don't blame anybody for not knowing about it, and I'm continuously referring to it because it's actually a major moment, right? This is actually like an extremely major moment in American history right now, and people seem to be kind of unaware of it, which makes sense. It happened last night. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, like, just the first line of this thing, the federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. Like, this might as well be a declaration of independence. It's not. What it is a declaration that Texas is going to defy the federal government and do what it wants in regards to its own border security without listening to what the federal government has to say. So it's not a declaration of independence, but it certainly is a declaration of military independence. Certainly a declaration that we're not going to abide by the federal government in this case, right? So it's leading down that path. Like, this is the road of American collapse. That America, as a concept, is the idea that these states are part of a federated union, a United States of America, right? Well, if you don't have states that are united underneath the banner of America, then you don't have anything. And that's where we're going. That's where we're headed. I don't know why this didn't go down. I don't know why it's not letting that one through here. Possible ban evader. Moderate. I guess it did let it through. It's just letting me know. Do you prefer Donald Trump or Joey B? They're the same. They work for the same people. They work to the same ends. They work for the same system. Right? Like, the Republicans are obviously more grotesque, but the Democrats are the smiling Mickey Mouse face on the Jason Voorhees character. Like, it's like saying, do you prefer Jason Voorhees' hockey mask or his face? Like, that's really what it is. They're the same. They work for the same systems. They work for the same power structures, right? That the Democrats set them up and the Republicans knock them down. That's how they work together. So it's not an issue for me of who do I find preference with, because I think that they're both equally grotesque, because they both work for the system of capital and they both work to betray the public. That's the way the system actually works. Like, that is actually the way the system works. Like, I use this analogy all the time, and hopefully one day it'll actually sink into the zeitgeist and people will actually understand it, that American politics is theater. That it operates not in order to respond to the needs of the electorate, but to bamboozle the populace into believing that what they're interacting with is politics. In that way, it is the same as WWE. That Hulk Hogan comes in, your Joe Biden or your Bernie Sanders or your AOC, the Squad. They come in and everybody goes, yeah, the hero, hooray, right? And they say the things that they're going to say, and they make big promises and say, we're going to do all this good stuff, and we believe in all this good stuff. Right, and then in comes Andre the Giant, and he says, "Oh, I'm going to grab him by the pussy," and all of this stuff to whip up everybody. They fight, right? There's some kind of controversy that occurs, like that somebody comes in with a chair, or the ref interferes, or whatever. Everybody loses their minds. Everybody goes crazy about the event that occurred and how unfair and unjust, and how well, we'll get them next time, and all that, blah 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 blah. And then the cameras turn off, the lights turn off, everybody goes home. Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan shake each other's hands, say, good show tonight, and they both get paid by Vince McMahon. Like, that's American politics. And if somebody were to stand up and say to me that what we just watched when we watched Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant fight was an actual fight, I would think that they were a dimwit. Right? In the same way, when somebody stands up and tries to tell me that American politics is actually politics, I think that they're a dimwit. It's not politics. It's a series of vanity projects that only the rich get to play in order to, oh, well, I get to be the president. Oh, well, I get to be the governor. Oh, I get to be this person. I get to be that person. Oh, great. Right? And at the end, the people who are actually running the show are the rich. Right? Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, Gates, Bezos, that's the actual ruling class. That they might go to the people who are elected to say, like, hey, we want this legislation passed, which they'll just pass because they know who owns them. Right? So there's no there's nothing real about it. It's just theater. And until people recognize that it's just theater, right? Until people recognize that it's just theater, it's not going to go anywhere. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Just gonna... Chase Lucas. I don't know if I've ever talked to you. If I have, I hope you're doing well out there. I'm just saying, last time I watched your stream, your beard wasn't this impressive. Yep. As my power grows, so too does my beard. What can I say? Yeah, AOC spat on the rail workers. Yeah. Just had a WWE commercial. That's my hope. Here's my actual hope. Guys, I'm not going to lie, okay? Here's what I think would be the greatest if this actually happened for me. That my show is going to they're going to start putting ads, like WWE ads are going to kind of come up. And why are they going to? Because I talk about the WWE as a method of understanding politics, right? And so the algorithm's going to be like, this guy keeps talking about WWE. This guy keeps talking about Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Let's show some ads for WWE. And then as the channel grows and as it gets bigger, right? The WWE is going to like notice me. And then they're going to be like, wow, wait a minute. We could make this guy like the Revolutionary, like the Canadian Commie. That's a great like wrestler name. And they'll look at me and be like, okay, you can't be a wrestler. Like, obviously you don't have the physique. You're 40 something, right? But you could be a hype man, right? And so you just get like a big muscly oil guy, right? Who's not really good at hyping himself, but has like the presence, right? And he can be like the communist person, right? The audience will probably boo, right? People are like, communism's bad, even though it's like, okay, every single time it's happened, it's improved the quality of life for its citizens, but okay, whatever. And then I'll be the hype man, right? That's the goal. That's the goal. Chase writes, I gave you $20 once. Oh, that was kind of you, Chase. Thank you so much. When you got laid off from the toy store. That was a long time ago, my man. Yeah, that was a long, long time ago. Well, thank you so much for that donation in the past, my man. I actually really do appreciate it. I got to tell you, anytime anybody can find any change, loose change in their pockets, to send it my way, and especially at that moment, that was very, very kind of you, Chase. I appreciate that so much, because that was a very difficult moment for me. And that really was the moment when I started growing the beard, really. Because it's like, well, nothing else to do. So, thank you for your kindness. No Stone Cold and Rock appreciation. Yeah, fair enough, my man. Fair enough. Yeah. I was kind of out of the WWE by then. I wasn't really paying much attention to the WWE. Because, I used to, I remember the bread cult, yeah. I used to get my friends together and we would rent like WrestleMania or Royal Rumble VHS tapes when they came out. And we would all get together and we'd all watch them and of course like do the moves and like be all this kind of stuff. And there was this big like debate, ongoing constant debate that even adults would get involved in, about whether or not WWE wrestling was real fighting, right? I know this is really difficult to believe, but it really did exist in the culture for a long time that people were asking the question, is wrestling fake or real? Like, and it's not just like little kids. Like there's this very famous interaction that Hulk Hogan has with one fellow who's trying to say that wrestling's fake and approach Hulk Hogan and say it. And then Hulk Hogan starts doing like chops on the guy and starts like doing some of these moves. And like they're physical and they hurt, I imagine. And he's doing it while being like, does this seem fake to you? Does this seem fake to you? And then I remember the year, I was probably like 13. I was pretty young. I remember the year UFC 1 came out. And everybody, all of my friends were like really high. It like showed up on the same shelf as the WWE, like WrestleMania, Ultimate Fighting Championship. And we were all just like, oh, wow, Ultimate Fighting Championship, where they're going to get these martial artists together. And I remember we watched the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and we never watched wrestling ever again as a group. It was UFC from then on. Because it answered the question and it stopped everything dead in its tracks. It was like a veil was lifted from our eyes. And anybody who was standing around saying WWE wrestling is real, we were immediately like, no, it is not. That is real. and it is obvious that that's the case. And and so I just and that was kind of like right when Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant were at the peak and at the height. And since then, I understand why the WWE has persisted, because it's not about the fighting, right? It's about the drama. And wrestling, actually, one of the things that I think that wrestling does do very well, and that Vince McMahon understands, is that what it's doing is it's taking a zeitgeist, an idea, and it's manifesting it in the form of a wrestler. And that wrestler comes out as the embodiment of that idea within the zeitgeist, and then interacts with other icons and other forces that are like that. So, like, Hulk Hogan is like the force of heroism. That's really what he is in the zeitgeist. He's like the force of heroism, and he gets to be like this indomitable will, this pure masculine energy, and that's what he gets to put forward. And that kind of shifted over time. But a figure like the Undertaker, for example, like the Undertaker is our fear of death, right? And he gets to exist as this kind of like a zeitgeist idea of death, and to come onto the stage and confront other foes, and of course it's only those who are most clearly their own idea of what they are that can face this icon of death. So it is figures like Hulk Hogan, it is figures like The Rock, it is figures like this who embody their sort of pure element of what it is they are. Like The Rock being like the people's champion, right? Like it's very clearly stated. So wrestling, it's gotten away from that idea a little bit, and now it's more about creating personalities, right? It's less about creating like icons. It's less about creating characters or capturing that kind of zeitgeist thing. Like, you don't really see Sergeant Slaughter anymore. You don't see the $1 Million Man. It's like John Cena now. Like, John Cena is the character, you know? Even though John Cena as a character is basically just John Cena, you know? But I suspect it'll come back. It'll come back the other way. I think that as the next generation of owners take over, and as Vince McMahon sort of fades out, which I think is going to be inevitable, it's going to happen soon because he's old, right? Even though like he obviously loves the job. I think there's going to be a new uptick of it, and a new crop of wrestlers will come out, and they will kind of go back to that more iconic way of being. And one of the characters that I actually think is going to manifest within wrestling is going to be a communist. Like, and that communist will exist, of course, in order to be the villain. Like, that to me is pretty clear. Like, you take a look at the history, like the Iron Sheik is a really good example of that, right? And so you're going to have like the ethos of America, and the ethos and the idea of like, in many ways, wrestling represents like true American politics. It's, you put the idea out there in front of the people, and they respond to it or they don't, right? And if you put the idea out there and they boo their heads off and they throw shit and they get mad at it, well, then you march that right out in front of those people and you do it again. Abso-fucking-lutely. But if you go out there and they all cheer their heads off and they're all over the moon about it, you send that out there and you go. Absolutely. The only thing you don't want to see is you go out there and the audience goes, "Hey, what happened yesterday with your girlfriend there? That was trouble, eh? Oh, he went off the top rope. Yeah, well, what about that?" Like, that's not what you want. That's not what you want. So I'm hoping so that's I'm putting it out into the universe that somehow I will end up being a hype man for the WWE as a communist. That's the goal. They'll take one look at the beard. They'll take one look at the look. They'll hear my voice. They'll see how good I am at doing the hype. And they'll be like, this is the guy for sure, right here. Anyway. Yeah, and this is absolutely the truth, XD. Wrestling, while fake, still requires skill and athletic feats. Yeah. Also, they need to perform moves correctly, else injuries become very real. One of the things I actually really, really love to listen to is like the wrestlers that I watched when I was a kid, as they have gotten older and they've had to retire, they're starting to do interviews and they're starting to tell stories and they're starting to talk more openly about how the whole thing actually worked. And how it went. And it's really, really obvious that there's like a lot of, there's a lot, like everybody knows the moves, but it's not like they have a script. So what the most impressive part of the whole thing is that lots of it is actually improvised. There's a lot of really big improvisation that happens. And a lot of the moments where the wrestlers are like standing there staggered or like in a grip with one another, they're talking to one another, right? That if you actually look carefully when you're watching it, you can see them talking to each other. And what they're doing is they're saying like, okay, do this. And so the guy goes, okay. And then they do that thing, right? And so there's a lot of like communication, improvisation. And then on top of that, like the actual physical acts of actually doing the actual things that get to be done. So it is impressive in its own right, right? There's definitely a skill to it, for sure. It's very skillful what they do. Absolutely. I think the scariest thing I ever saw, well, I think the scariest thing was obviously when Owen Hart died. That was awful. But when, now here I am talking about wrestling. When The Undertaker and Mankind fought, Mick Foley, when they fought, and they did a cage match, and they ended up on top of the cage, and The Undertaker did a choke slam on Mick Foley on the top of the cage, and then the cage broke open and Mick Foley fell through onto the mat below. The cage was not supposed to break. That Mick Foley got choke slammed from the top of the cage to the mat at the bottom. And when that happened, The Undertaker said, I think he's dead. I think I killed that man just there. And then Mick Foley fucking survived it. What a champ. What an absolute champion. Like, so that is, and of course when it happened, the audience was just, they fucking lost their minds. It's the kind of thing that if they didn't record, you wouldn't really believe it happened, you know? Anyway, there were communist wrestlers back in the 80s. They were a tag team. Oh, very good. Yeah, Canada, a wrestling expert. I loved wrestling. I kind of got out of it because of the reasons why I stated. But like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, right? Like The Rock is obviously like a cultural icon in the society. Everybody loves this guy. The Rock can do anything he wants, and people will be like, "That's awesome." Right? Like he is just this absolute cultural tour de force, just who he is. So you can't deny it. Anyway, oh yeah, let's change gears completely. Here's a video that I really wanted to show.
My name's Rebecca. I'm from Toronto, born and raised here. I lost my job during COVID. Didn't qualify for the Thurs. People say you fall through the cracks, but you really don't. It's like more like a domino effect. Like once you don't qualify for one thing, you don't qualify for any of them. Our families weren't, willing or able to help us out. And that seems to be the really big difference between, whether people end up in this situation or not, right? Is if you've got family support. We often set up here, we got to be out before the post office opens. Like, we're cooperative with security. We were working, we had normal lives.
Would you want to get back to working?
Absolutely, yeah.
If people want to help you, how can we find
here?
you?
We're either here by the post office, or we're at the McDonald's up at Yonge and Charles.
Give these people houses. Like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, what are you talking about? Straight up, like, we need to absolutely shut up about this whole thing. Like, we absolutely need to stop pretending like what is happening is not happening. Every single time I talk about homelessness, there's some person who wants to turn it into a conversation about drug abuse. Well, this lady's doesn't have drug abuse, right? Like, this lady's just experiencing homelessness. Why? Because the system of capital demands a certain percentage of the populace be homeless to terrorize the proletariat and to discipline the workforce. That's what it's about. Fuck that. Who cares if these capitalists cry about it? Give these people homes. Shut up. Like, what are you even talking about? The fact that there's even one person who lives homeless in Canada should be considered an international embarrassment. It should be considered an embarrassment within the province. It should be considered an embarrassment in the nation. It should be considered an embarrassment from other countries. That it is unacceptable to keep people homeless, especially in this country where we have so many fucking empty homes. And why are the homes being kept empty? Oh, because the wealthy and the rich are sitting on empty properties in order to turn them into a currency, an investment property, right? So I think that we should be treating the apologists for this. We should be treating the people who are pretending as though there is no solution as despicable traitors to Canada and to the United States. House the homeless. It would be easy to do. Why do we not want to do it? Well, if you do that, John, it'll collapse the rental market. Good. I hope it does. I hope it does collapse the rental market. I hope that rent drops significantly. I hope that housing drops significantly. I hope a bunch of rich people cry about it. I hope I get to see article after article after article of the rich crying about how they can't exploit our housing anymore. I hope I get to taste their tears as they lose billions of dollars. I hope it happens. Right? That's what I'm really rooting for. Not that I doubt you. Can you tell me where you find this information about empty houses? I don't have it at my fingertips right now, bud. I think you could look that up in Better Dwelling. Is usually a really good source for this kind of thing. What's the other? Yeah, I'll put that in the Discord at some point, bud. But like, we have census data, right? Like, there's another place that you can look, StatsCan, right? And like for every homeless person in Canada, there are at least 4 empty properties. The idea that what is happening is that every property is completely 100% full up and that's what's raising the price, bullshit. Like, bullshit. Total bullshit. Like, the wealthy are hoarding empty properties. It's like, how did the diamond market go up? Right? How was it that a single diamond was like thousands of dollars? Well, what did we all find out? We found out that they had all of the diamonds hoarded somewhere and they only released a small percentage of them in order to create a false supply, in order to stranglehold supply. Well, they're doing the same thing to your housing. Like, it's a tried and true capitalist strategy. Strangle the supply, prices go up. Well, fuck that. Like, fuck that completely. I'm so sick and tired of people making excuses for this. And like, when I walk down the street here, do you know what I see? I see empty storefronts. When I go downtown, you know what I see? I see empty office buildings. Like, shut up. Like, this has gotten embarrassing. And the idea that we are trying to find some solution that accommodates the psychopath class is shocking. It's shocking to me that we're actually looking at the people hoarding the property, sitting on these empty properties, sitting on these empty office buildings, sitting on these empty storefronts, and we're going, oh, well, we can't just take it. Yeah, we can. And we should. And when they cry, we should go, fuck off. That's the only response they should ever get. Whenever they cry, they should be like, we should look at them and be like, go fuck yourself, you fucking psycho. Get the fuck out of here. It's disgraceful what they're doing. It's despicable what they're doing. And we should get them out of the fucking conversation. Pivoting over to Israel, here's an article that I've been seeing. Israeli rabbis don't spare civilians. A group of prominent Jewish rabbis have asked the Israeli army not to flinch from killing Palestinian civilians in the context of the ongoing military campaign against armed groups resisting the occupation. This was published the 7th of September, 2004. Like, we are turning into just like a cartoon parody of ourselves, right? Here's a statement from the Yemeni Prime Minister as they continue a blockade of the United States and Israel. We followed the history of the USA, which entered the Vietnam War and was defeated. It entered a war in Korea and was defeated. It entered Iraq and Afghanistan and was also defeated. It imposed a siege on Iran since the establishment of the Islamic Republic in 1979 and failed. We are betting on our people, on history, and on the future that the United States will fail in every battle that it enters. The Western regime fell after the Al-Aqsa flood began. All their slogans, such as morality, human freedom, international humanitarian law, justice, equality, have fallen. The aggression and blockade in Gaza must stop, and our operation at sea will stop. As for media lies, they will not work as they did in the past. Like, that's pretty hardcore. That's straight up pretty hardcore. Just the Yemeni Prime Minister basically saying, America fails. It's going to continue to fail. We're betting on that. They're liars. It's obvious that they're liars. And if you fall for their lies, then you're a dupe. Right? Like, it is just getting obvious. Like, that's why it's so embarrassing having people come in here and try to defend the system of capital at this point. Right? It's just embarrassing at this point. The American state has disintegrated to the point that it's literally incapable of efficiently administering anything but punishment. No social services, no public health capacity, no infrastructure resilience, just policing and war. Like, you cannot keep a society running like this. You just can't do it. And the West is going to pay extremely for what it's doing. It's going to run into an absolute wall. And when it runs into that absolute wall, well, it's just going to start dealing with itself in the manner that it dealt with the rest of the world, through policing and war. That activities like this and actions like this and moments like this will become the norm. That's what it's actually going to do. And it's getting obvious. Like, the people who come in here and try to shit on the system of communism while still defending the system of capitalism are the stupidest people alive. They don't know anything, not even about their own country. And to try to stand up and defend the system of capital at this point, while it is literally tearing itself asunder, is got to be the most brain-dead shit that can exist in the planet. Like, straight up flat earther dumb shit. And it's like, there just does come a point. Like, there's this little part of me that says, well, now, John, your role here is to inform and educate, right? Is to make sure that people know and ensure that the news is spread around. And also, well, fuck, if you don't know by now, what are you looking at? If you don't know by now, what the fuck are you looking at? And if you don't know by now, whatever you're looking at, you got to turn that shit off. Because it's gotten fucking obvious. Like, it's gotten real fucking obvious. And there just comes a point where I've got to think to myself, like, no, I'm not here to educate or inform, right? I'm here to make sure that people understand that there is such a thing as a fucking standard. I'm here to let people understand that they can come in here and have a conversation, but they better understand that they're talking to somebody who has principles and who has standards and who actually thinks that, yeah, maybe we should actually have systems that support citizens. Maybe we should actually take care of the homeless. Maybe we should actually take care of the needy. Maybe we should actually take care. Maybe we should actually make sure that everybody is actually part of the society and actually make sure that the society is operating for the benefit of its people. Maybe we should do these things. But if you live in a mindset where it's every man for themselves, and you live in a mindset where it's just stab everybody in the back, lie, cheat, steal, rob, do whatever you can in order to benefit yourself, and that's the truth, and that's what's good, well, then get the fuck out of here, you moron. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of people trying to justify slavery. This happened on Tuesday. We had a guy in here trying to justify slavery. Go fuck yourself. Right? We just now had a guy in here trying to pretend as though the American system of politics is actually somehow a system of politics. Get the fuck out of here. It's gotten embarrassing. That the greatest system in the world is capitalism. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. It's so stupid. Literally, the system of capital is tearing itself asunder, and people are still like, well, it's the best we've got. No, it's not. No, it fucking isn't. And then you start talking to them about alternative models and alternative systems, and it's just brain dead CIA bullshit. It's just straight up brain dead, just like, oh, God, communism's failed every single time it's been tried, except when you look at it. It just gets like, and what's crazy to me is that it's just going to get more and more obvious. It's just going to get more and more obvious. Hey, I'm a fan on Twitch. If you're so stupid that you don't know how to talk to people politely, then you're too stupid to talk to. Very, very straightforwardly. I'm using a very technical term right now. You're a very stupid person. Stop being so stupid. It's the reason why no one likes you, my man. Stop being such a moron. Imagine talking to somebody who has standards. We are swimming against the waves. Yeah. It's so easy for me to see that this moment that's happening in Texas can turn into a secessionist movement. That things are getting that fragile. That a place like Texas, anytime I get talking about the secessionist stuff, what are the two places that I've been talking about? Texas and California. Well, here's Texas, right? Here's Texas. Literally saying to the federal government, we don't care, right? Greg Abbott is in India right now, right? So he doesn't even need to lead the forces. So he made the statement from India? Is that what you're saying, Jude? That he released this statement while he was in India? I'm just blown away by this first line, man. This first line is crazy to me. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. Right? And then this final line. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority as well as state law to secure the Texas border. This is fucking real. Nah, I've dealt with that comment a couple of times. We got a fellow, Gav Live 1, probably a publicity stunt. There is absolutely no way that this is a publicity stunt. If you are part of the Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel, right, you do not consider this a publicity stunt. There's a 0% chance that the militia groups and the organizations that are operating in Texas, in order to deal with their border issue, took a look at this and thought to themselves, it's probably just a publicity stunt. Not a chance. You do not evoke the type of legislation that Greg Abbott is evoking here. You do not make the statements that Greg Abbott has made as a publicity stunt. This is extremely serious. Like this literally has the potential for Greg Abbott to be brought up and hauled before Congress on charges. Just the simple act of releasing this statement alone. So this is an extremely serious thing that has happened. This is probably the most significant. What would be a more significant event than this politically? Like what is a more significant event than this in the last 10 years? Like the first thing that jumps to my mind is the January 6th insurrection moment, but that didn't really result in much of anything. Whereas this actually has very serious implications. And really changes the relationship between Texas and the federal government in a major, major way. Escalation between the National Guard and federal agents, worst case scenario. I mean, that's, to me, the immediate thing that it's going to do is it's going to empower military forces along the Texas border. Like, I think you're just going to see a lot of dead brown people, is what you're going to see. Like, I think that what we are actually looking at is a ramping up of fascism in a big and serious way. That they already have the ICE detention centers. They already have thousands and thousands of people in concentration camps along the Texas border. They already have all this shit. How much longer until the Texas National Guard just goes, just fucking gun these guys down. Just get rid of these people. Like, they're just useless eaters sitting in a cage doing nothing. We can't deport them. We don't want to let them in. What are we going to do with them? Right? And we'll just see photographs of mass graves and shit. Like, that's where this is actually going. Right? This isn't going to, like, Texas taking control of the situation to hug bunnies, because the Biden administration isn't letting us hug bunnies. Right? This is going to, like, oh, there's a guy trying to cross the border, shoot him. That's where this is going. This is going to, like, oh, you guys are trying to come over here, bam, 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 bam. Oh, we've got a whole cage full of these. Oh, we've got a whole truckload of these people that have come across the border. That's where this is going. Right? This is not going to, like, we better make sure these people file the appropriate paperwork if they want to dump it. And what it's going to do is it's going to create enormous refugee camps on the Mexico side of the border, right? It's going to create a lot of terror and a lot of fear. Republicans have 50% of the population at least behind them. I mean, it seems to me like and it seems to me like there is, like, Biden is not going to be able to stop this. They're not going to be able to, like, send in the Marines or whatever. Like, that's not going to be well received. I'm sure there's plenty of military personnel that are like, fuck yeah, Texas. Right? Go for a walk in many North American communities. The failure of the system is obvious. Yeah, get out of your car and just go for a walk in your community. The Madagascar plan? Madagascar plan. For you, June. I'll absolutely Google that. So, and the escalation between the states and the federal government is definitely possible. Right? It's definitely there. But it just comes down to, like, is the is the media willing, or is the military rather, willing to actually fight? The Madagascar Plan was a plan proposed by the Nazi German government to forcibly relocate the Jewish population of Europe to the island of Madagascar. Franz Rademacher, head of the Jewish department of the German Foreign Office, proposed the idea in June 1940, shortly before the fall of France. The proposal called for the handing over of control of Madagascar, then a French colony, to Germany as part of eventual peace terms. Sounds like the Nazis, right? Like, sounds like the Nazis. Well, like, Fiddleford, one of the things that I think is really worth pointing out is the normalization of it all. That to me is the big part that's worth absolutely talking about. Is that so much of the neo-fascism that we are dealing with.
So I was a bit struck last week when I saw.
Oh no, sorry. So much of the neo-fascism that we're dealing with has become kind of banal, and it's become just kind of like a haze in the background. That it isn't as though people are standing up and pounding the pulpit like Adolf Hitler, saying these things explicitly out loud. It's just kind of become understood. And everybody just kind of assumes that the system of fascism, or neoliberalism if you prefer, is this kind of innate, normal thing. It's totally normal for people to sell themselves as wage slaves. That the simple fact that you can't seriously call yourself a wage slave, people will dismiss you out of hand for simply acknowledging what is factually the truth. That if you say that you are a wage slave, then you're considered to be goofy or daffy somehow, right? And so it's this normalization of the system, this idea of capitalist realism. And in fact, actually, I saw this, and this kid, I wanted to show this because it was like one of these moments where it's like, oh, I'm glad to see that there's like kids that are putting it together. So
of hate for if you say it out loud.
That 95% of the US population is brainwashed into believing that working 50 years of their life on a job that they don't really want to do and trading all of that for 5 to 10 years of quote-unquote freedom, but it's not really freedom because you're old and you can't even enjoy it. It is unrealistic. It is, quite frankly, stupid.
right? But if you say that, you're the weird one, right? You're the weird one. Oh, you just want a free ride. You just want a free ride. You just don't want to participate. Yeah, that's right. I don't want to participate in a system that's obviously destroying itself, right? Did you hear Tucker Carlson say liberate Canada? Yeah, I mean, Tucker Carlson's an idiot, right? The fact that people listen to him should be the big alarm, right? Like, if a guy like Tucker Carlson was just like some rich idiot saying the shit that he was saying in like a country club, and people were like, oh, okay, Tucker, right? That would be one thing. That would be sort of like, yeah, I would kind of expect that kind of a thing. But the fact that he's got like a television show and people actually tune in to listen to his obviously white supremacist nonsense, that's what's terrifying. And that kind of exemplifies what I'm talking about. That we have normalized fascism in this country to such a massive degree that voices like Ben Shapiro, voices like Tucker Carlson, voices like Destiny are considered normal, right? When these guys are like fanatics, like these guys are far right lunatics who are absolutely fanatical. Like Shapiro is literally a religious fundamentalist who believes he's got a magic book that tells him what's right and wrong. And we're all supposed to take this seriously. Like, there's no sense of humanity. There's no sense of any kind of wider project of building anything reasonable. There's all they do is other, right? And of course, who are they othering, right? Anyone who's not white, right? So it leads to this banal fascism, right? From which true fanatics will spring, right? True fanatics, true believers, people who really, really believe in what it is that they're doing. And the next generation of fascists that spring out of this will actually be saying aloud all of the fascist propaganda that they've been fed by these fascists in the first place. Except they'll really, really, really act on it and want to act on it. And you're going to see all of that happen here in Texas. For sure. You're going to see all of that happen in Texas, man. Like, that's what I've got my eye out for over the next month. Like, there is a 0% chance that the solution that some of these military groups are going to reach for is not just gun them down. Right? Like, what is your solution actually? Like, what solution do you actually have? Right? Because you can't really deport them. You've got thousands of them locked up in cages. What's the actual solution? I mean, global corporate is a problem. Yeah, like the system of globalization, which, I mean, of course that's always been a problem. But it's breaking down for a very clear and obvious reason, which is that the United States doesn't actually manufacture or produce anything, right? That the way the global system has worked for the last 60 years, maybe even longer than that, is that the United States sells its dollars, just fake funny money that it prints, to other nations in exchange for goods. That's the way it's worked. Because for a long time, the American dollar was considered as good as commodities. Well, that's coming to an end, where the United States can't sell its dollars anymore, and countries are no longer willing to trade in the American trade systems. That a place like China is beginning to look at a place like Cuba and actually say, like, oh, hey, we don't care about that trade embargo. Why don't you trade some of your sugar or some of your rum with us? Right? They're starting to look at one another and realize, like, hey, it's ridiculous that Venezuela's economy is tanking because of these embargoes that the United States is placing on them. These trade embargoes and these trade sanctions that the United States uses, they're starting to fail. And they're failing because the global South is beginning to trade with itself and is beginning to look at the American trade system as an impediment to their growth and not as a partner in that growth. The clearest example of that was when Russia finally invaded Ukraine after Nazis there had been shelling ethnic Russians for 8 years. Russia finally invades. And what did the Biden administration say that they were going to do to Russia? We're going to sanction you, and that's going to kill your economy. And what did they say? They said to the American people, we're going to sanction Russia, and it's going to crater their economy. The Russian economy's never been stronger. Right? And why? Because they pivoted away from the West, and they started trading with China, and they started trading with India, and they started trading with South Africa, and they started trading with Brazil. Right? They started trading with other people and trading with other countries, and basically said to the West, okay, we don't need you. And what's that done for their economy? It's made it stronger than it's ever been. So the American system of control, of financial control and financialization is failing. It's failing in the world, and the value of the dollar is going to plummet. One of the things that I talk about all the time on this channel, right? So it's going to begin to affect commodity prices in big and serious ways, right? Because so far, what we are used to here in the West is the idea that, oh, we'll just take our funny money that we print from nothing and give it to Brazil, and they'll give us coffee, right? America produces exactly 0 beans of coffee. It doesn't have the land to produce it. America is the #1 consumer of coffee in the world, producing exactly 0 beans of coffee, right? So that means that every single cup of coffee that you drink in America has been imported. It's been imported from Brazil, Colombia, Ethiopia, Kenya, right? This bandwidth, the equator, that's where coffee actually grows. And we import it to America. How? By selling our dollars. Well, the value of the dollar is plummeting. It isn't about to plummet. It has already plummeted. It is going to continue plummeting because more and more people are going to turn to America and say, hey, what is it that you actually make? And the answer is fucking nothing. We make war. That's what we make. We make war. And so you're looking at a situation where the cup of coffee that you enjoy every morning might double in price, triple in price. And God help you if the Chinese suddenly get a taste for coffee. God help you if the Indians suddenly get a taste for coffee. God help you if the exporters begin to take a look at China and India or Russia and think to themselves, oh, we can make more money over there. We can sell more over there. We're safer doing it. It's more stable over there. And they're not trying to buy what we're selling for dollars. They're actually giving us goods. And that's just one example. Yeah, Putin warned about the West about building NATO facilities in Ukraine. Yeah, NATO ignored Russia, for sure. Abbott said as much that he's mad the feds won't let Texas shoot migrants. Yeah. Get ready for the stories, guys. Like, get ready. Like, I'm going to report them. You're going to see them. Right? Like, they have facilities, like, let's see if I can find it quickly. Location of ICE what they call detention camps. Or centers, rather. Centers. Straight up. Like, straight up, their own... from their own website. Oh, it'd be great if we could get it all on a map. That would be even better, right? Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that. Map. Because that would be really... That would be really the best thing. Oh, yeah, here you go. Yeah. ICE detention centers in every U.S. state. Texas has 184. Right? They're not showing you exactly where they are, obviously. Like, and it's the one that's got the most. California, trailing at 120. Like, yeah, concentration camps. I mean, temporary holding facilities. Yeah. Like, what, you think some crazy shit's not going to happen in these facilities? Like, some crazy shit is absolutely going to start happening in these facilities. Like, it is only a matter of time until prison guards just start going through prisons. That all of the, like, gang trouble that they've been having and all of this stuff, eventually, what the ethos that is going to take hold, right? The ethos that is going to take hold in the minds of these people is that we need some kind of final solution. That is the ethos that is going to take hold. That they're going to look at the problem and they're going to say to themselves, the solution to this problem is if we kill all these people. That is what they are going to do. BRICS going to run the world soon unless massive radical war breaks out. I mean, BRICS, it pays to remember, just to temper the whole BRICS talk, that BRICS is not actually a formal, like, it's not like the IMF, right? BRICS is not actually like a formal organization. That it is just a loose affiliated trade deal. That the name BRICS was actually created by a Westerner, right? It's not as though BRICS is actually like an international organization, the way the IMF is or the World Bank, right? But it is a loose affiliated trade network, and the global South, I think, is seeing that as enough. Yeah, just a reminder: Texas has the largest U.S. military personnel in county. Absolutely. Like, oh, what? All the guys that have the guns and are trigger happy, they want to join the military? What? Leon, yeah, we are all accelerationists now. It's upon us whether we like it or not. That is the hard truth right there. That's actually a funny thing to say, my man. I know that you're probably insulting me with that, but are you Zach Galifianakis' brother? No. No. I waffle on Zach Galifianakis. I waffle between, like, is he a genius or is he an idiot? I can't decide. And what's funny is that I think he probably thinks the same. Yeah, man. Yeah, military fascists taking over just like in Japan back in the day. Well, it seems to be that's how it does go, right? I don't know if Zach Galifianakis is a mentally ill man. In a Christian world. Oh, so it's Zach Galifianakis that's mentally ill, not certainly not the people who think Jesus Christ is coming back at any moment. Tomorrow going to be interesting or a big fat nothing burger? Like what are you expecting tomorrow? At this stage in the game, I'm willing to make larger predictions. Like, I've been calling the dismantling of the United States for over a year now. Like, it's definitely the thing that is going to happen. Right? Like, it's the United States is not going to stay together. Biden's deadline. Can you be more specific? I don't know everything that exists in the world. So Biden's deadline for what? Biden's deadline to do what? For what purpose? Like, Biden's deadline in Gaza, Biden's deadline to Texas, Biden's deadline, I don't really know what you're talking about. And like Biden, America will stay together. They will just have another war. Like, the Civil War. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about a current modern day Civil War, right? Which is kind of what you're discussing. That America moves towards a Civil War, right? And that there is actually a military conflict in America. Okay? The rest of the world is advancing. It will be a Middle East war or North Korea. Like, yeah, but what are you talking about? America's had war this whole time. Had a war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Libya, Yemen, Ukraine, right? It doesn't seem to be helping them, right? It doesn't seem to be unifying them in the way that it used to. In fact, I think there are a lot of people in the United States that view this foreign adventurism as a waste of everybody's time. Americans are too lazy to fight each other. Yeah, America isn't in the Ukraine war, really. Not anymore, certainly, since they stopped funding it. Right? They used to fund it, right? So they weren't really sending personnel or troops over. That's true. But they were definitely the ones that were financially backing it. Like, here's the thing, right? Is that the United States right now is caught in a place where it's managing its empire, right? Like, it's managing this situation in Yemen and Israel. It's managing it, right? It was managing what was going on in Ukraine. It's managing Afghanistan and Iraq. It's managing these things, but it's no longer really capable of actually pushing forward militarily and attaining military objectives, right? If it could, it would have taken Venezuela out a long time ago, right? It can't. It no longer has the military might because it no longer has the support of its people. It pays to remember that the United States military is a voluntary force. It's a voluntary army, and people are just not joining the army, right? I read something yesterday from a recruiter who's basically saying, yeah, no one's biting, no one's willing to join the military. We're offering them 30. Like the story was that we approached a man wearing a duck suit, spinning a sign, offered him $35,000 at a job, and he told us to fuck off. Like, there was a coup in Moldova, lots of coups, sure. But like, the United States empire is beginning to wither at the rising powers in the world. And those rising powers are rising simply because they're showing that they're more stable. Like, if the United States, continues to have these giant conflicts internally, right? This is going to turn into a massive conflict, whether that conflict is administrative or not, right? This turns into a major political situation. This does not look like stability, right? This does not look like stability. And the entire rest of the world is going to begin turning to places that do look like they are stable. Military might doesn't always work. Look at Israel. What are you talking about? Israel's losing this war, man. Like, they're not winning in Gaza. Like, this isn't victory, right? Like, Israel is on this, like, very kind of scary precipice right now, where things could go really, really bad for them really, really fast. Like, I am not confident in the future of Israel. Oh, I see. My mistake then, bud. I misunderstood. Like, it seems to me like what's going on more and more in the world. Yeah. Did you see the US's new innovation? The double Big Mac. Yeah. I wouldn't call China stable. China is a mess as well. Look, China is facing... Here's the difference, okay? This is the difference. And when I talk about stability, okay, this is what I'm talking about, right? So when you hear me talk about stability, right, this is what I'm talking about. China sets out a plan. It shows everybody what that plan is. It says this is the plan. And then it also says when the plan goes awry, as plans are wrought to do, because that's, life is what happens when we're busy making plans. It has laid out a directive of how it's going to act and what it's going to do, and when the crisis happens and when the things occur, they follow that directive. So, for example, in the United States, when the 2008 financial collapse happened, right? Nobody knew what was going on. Everybody was losing their fucking minds. And then in the end, the people who caused the problem got billions of dollars. They were rewarded for causing the crisis. Millions of people lost their homes. Millions of people lost their jobs. It was one of the largest financial crises not just the United States had ever faced, but that the system of global capitalism had ever faced. And that it actually fundamentally changed the nature of global capitalism from that moment forward. And the people who were most responsible for causing it were given billions of dollars, and we were told, well, we had to do it because we had to prop up the banks because they're too big to fail. Too big to fail, too big to jail. China. A similar crisis occurred in China, right? Well, what was their response to it? Well, the people who caused the crisis were tried and executed. Now, you can have a conversation about the death penalty all you want, but you have to admit that's a sharply different response. That the people who caused the crisis were not rewarded for it. They were stripped of their assets and executed. Some of the companies that were responsible were forced to do major payouts, to take their profits and give it to the working class and the poor. And who got bailed out? The victims, the workers. That's a sharp difference. That's a sharp difference. And the rest of the world looks at China and thinks to itself, well, that was at least justice. There was actually something to that. And they look at America and go, oh, you just rewarded the people who did it. Yikes. Like, this is stability. This is chaos. It doesn't mean that China is immune to things going awry. That's not what it means. Because life is full of all kinds of crazy fucking shit. And there's all kinds of people involved in it. The difference is, what are the structures that are in place in each of the countries, and how do they respond to those crises? And how do they respond to those difficulties? Do they reward the people who caused the problem? Or do they seek some kind of justice for the people who caused the problem? Reed Pindorama have been here before a few months ago. I'm from Brazil. Don't know if you remember. Many countries have banned communism. Yeah, dude. There are fascist countries. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, yes, I'm sure that fascist countries are not interested in discussing communism. I'm sure that countries that are neoliberal are not interested in discussing communism. Right? I'm sure countries that want to maintain a class system and that want to ensure that there is a desperate working class to exploit are not interested in talking about communism. Yep, I'm sure that exists. Well, Nazi Germany killed Jews. I suppose they were justified by that logic? What? What the hell? Like, no, I would say that it's sharply different. That the state rounding up minority group and causing a Holocaust is much different than a state dealing with a financial crisis. Seems like a real giant leap there, my man. Yeah, and there isn't massive internal strife in China. 95% of Chinese support their government. Yeah. And many socialist countries have banned capitalist parties. Yeah. Like, they were just restoring wealth to their people. Like, okay, Crimson, I'm going to stop right here. What you're doing is called Nazi apologetics. I'm not going to tolerate it. So it ends now, right here, if you want to continue on in the chat. That what the Nazis did is they went after a minority group. Okay, bye-bye. We don't need Nazi apologetics in the chat. I have a hard no Nazi apologetics rule. And what you're doing is Nazi apologetics. So goodbye. We don't need to talk to stupid morons who are too stupid to understand that what they're doing is Nazi apologetics. Goodbye. Grow up. Like, just to reiterate to everybody out in the world, if you come in here and try to do Nazi apologetics, you're gone. Right? And attempting to downplay the Holocaust and act as though that's the same thing as dealing with a financial crisis, and that eradicating the Jews is the same as dealing with a billionaire class that has collapsed your financial system, and trying to treat those as the same, that's Nazi apologetics. We're not going to tolerate that. Grow up. You're a child. You're too stupid to talk to. Goodbye. No, I don't think he was a Nazi. I just think he was a Nazi apologist. So a liberal, probably. Which, can be just as bad. I don't really understand your point, man. Like, nations where communist parties are banned and communist symbols are banned. Yeah, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia. Oh, so a kingdom. Like, literal kings aren't interested in... And, like, yeah, of course Saudi Arabia has banned communist parties. Iran, its greatest enemy, had a very robust and strong communist movement, right? Before the Shah was put into power by the United States, right? So, of course they've banned communist parties in Saudi Arabia. Like, are you considering this a win? Is this a victory for you? That literal princes and literal kings have banned communist parties? Like, do you think this is an intelligent thing? Do you think this is a smart position? We're just going to go through your list and you're going to find out pretty fast how dumb you sound right now. Again, this is me being very technical right now. You sound stupid. Okay? This is me being very technical with you. You sound stupid. We're going to go through your list and you're going to realize very quickly how stupid you sound. So, Saudi Arabia, yeah, kings and queens definitely banned. Yeah, that's actually the best thing to put up for sure. For sure. Where is it? Where is it? I had it. There it is. Right? Yes, I'm sure Iran under the Shah and then the theocrats that took over definitely banned the communists. Yeah, for sure. Pakistan, Indonesia. You mean after the Western genocide of Indonesia? Yeah, they installed their own fascist leaders, and those people probably, yeah. Ukraine, big shock there. The country's been taken over by Nazis. Oh, what else we have here? Like Afghanistan, last 20 years has been ruled by Westerners. Like, what do you expect? Like South Korea, like literally an occupied territory by the West. Like, my man, like, yes, I'm sure places that are ruled by kings and queens and have been experienced Western overthrow are going to ban communist parties. Like, your argument is not only unpersuasive, but extremely stupid. Like, what, I'm supposed to just abandon communism because Westerners think so? Like, it's so fucking dumb. Like, it's so dumb. Like, and what's wild about it is how you don't understand how dumb it is. Like, Nazi Germany banned communism. Checkmate. That's what you sound like. Like, Saudi Arabia? Yeah, okay. Like, wow, did you find out the Tsars of Russia banned communism? Did you find out that the antagonists towards communism who rounded people up and caused the Holocaust banned communism? Oh. Like, you just don't know anything about the history of fascism. You just think that Nazis don't exist. That's all. Like, as soon as you just eliminate from the conversation the existence of Nazis, then you can say whatever you like. Right? It would be like saying, Stephen Leake here in the Minister of Education here in Ontario, he just passed a piece of legislation that teaches that the Holodomor was a genocide. So that makes it true because some little creepy fascist Nazi put through a piece of legislation through the parliament. So that makes it true. Like, that's dumb. That's a dumb way to think. It's a dumb way to interact with the world. It's a dumb way to attempt to defend the idea that communism is bad. Right? Like, do you understand how dumb this is? Stand up and say, the enemies of communism dislike communism, therefore communism is bad. Duh. Like, I understand thinking it. Right? I understand thinking it, but to say it out loud. Guys, you gotta, I love this. They have decided within their countries that communism is something that's responsible for deaths. So the Nazis decide that the communists are responsible for death. Yeah, certainly isn't a political maneuver, and you're certainly not a gullible rube. And is a system that has played uncruel, bringing hunger and its mass starvation, source required. What mass starvations are you talking about? Like, are you talking about like the natural disaster, like the famine, right? Yeah, we literally have Stalin on record saying, send grain, let's go, let's try to resolve that crisis as fast as possible. What do you think Western capital would have done in the middle of that famine? It would have increased the price of grain and it would have made the famine worse, right? How do we know? That's what it's done. Anytime there's a natural disaster of any kind, right, the price of the restricted good goes up because that's your free market, and people are just told to deal with it. You can see that happen in Texas with the power grid failures, right? Like your argument revolves around Nazi propaganda. So again, like, we're dealing with some straight up Nazi apologetics at this point, right? There are many people in other countries pro-democracy making arguments against raising up the points in the starvation authoritarian movements and fight to aim at banning on communism and its flag exposure. Like, my man, again, obviously, Nazis will try to ban communism. Neoliberals will attempt to ban communism. Obviously. Like, obviously. Like, do you not think that Nazis are real? Like, do you not think that Nazis exist? Like, guys like you go on and on and on about how bad communism is, but then when I talk about Nazis, you kind of have this rose-colored, like, love of Nazism. Right? So let's talk about the Nazis and how they actually interact with this system, because you seem to know a lot about Nazi propaganda, right? Because it's the only thing that comes out of your mouth, right? Here in Brazil, being a Nazi would mean killing 60% of the total population. Right? And, like, Brazilian Nazi is a joke. Right, okay. So at least you have, like, the logical capacity to understand when things sound dumb, right? Because the feeling that you're feeling now, Brazilian Nazi is a joke, that's stupid. That's the feeling I have towards your arguments. Because your arguments are bad. Like, they're extremely, extremely bad. I love it when losers take the journey to go onto YouTube and then get immediately banned because they're too stupid to realize that's going to happen. Like, what a sign of total stupidity. Like, I'm going to engage you, fucking Nazi apologists. Like, what you're doing, very straightforwardly, for anyone to see that has any brain in their head at all, any brain in their head at all, is ignoring the existence of Nazis, ignoring the existence of fascists, pretending like those fascists' actions against communism is itself justified simply because they did it, because you don't know anything about communism. Nor do you seem to know anything about fascism or Nazism. And I'm supposed to take you seriously. Why would I ever take you seriously while you ignore the existence of Nazis and fascism? And straight up, tread carefully, because I'm sick and tired of Nazi apologetics today. I'm really exhausted with Nazi apologetics today. The elimination of Nazism. Dude, so what? Like, I think you're just talking because you want to talk. So I'm just going to leave you to it. You don't seem to be smart enough to talk to. Cotton, what's going on down there? Yeah, June nailing it. Murdering millions of Jews is the same as redistributing wealth. I'm so smart. Yeah, Nazi apologetics, man. Like, once your brain, like, once you are brain dead in this Nazi apologetics place, Like, once you get into Nazi apologetics and you refuse to actually acknowledge how serious Nazism actually was, and how serious the kind of persistent Nazism and fascism that has persisted into the modern era actually is. Like, this ties into what I was talking about before, that that there's a banal just realism. There's a capitalist realism where it's all just in the background and everybody understands this and everybody knows, right? Of course, this is what everybody believes and everybody thinks this, right? And when what is believed is the total downplaying and the total elimination of the Nazis, that they don't even matter. They don't even exist in the conversation. They're not even part of the conversation. The only thing that matters is this bubble vacuum that we create that criticizes communism in this vacuum bubble that we completely decontextualize from what's actually happening in the world. And we certainly don't discuss who is actually putting forward whatever statement against communism is being put forward. And when you actually look at it, you're like, oh, they're literal Nazis. But Nazis don't exist because we're Nazi apologists at this point, right? Yeah, it's funny how anti-communist dumbasses try to bring the argument, but they banned communism and completely ignore the fact that Nazism and fascism in those same countries has not been banned. Yeah, curious. That's an interesting observation, Oopzilla. Yeah. Well done, right? Yeah, interesting how, like, they're like, oh, communism's just as bad as Nazism, so we'll ban the communist parties, but we won't ban the Nazi parties. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Nazism is when government big. Yeah. June, you're like nailing it. Poor Kulak. All they did was exploit other peasants and contribute to a famine that got a bunch of people killed. They're just like the Jews in Nazi Germany. Communist symbols have been banned in South Korea, Pakistan, Indonesia, Poland, Finland. Is a good argument for communism, not against it. Yeah. I wonder if there's a single party where a Nazi party exists. The IDF is, or the ADF rather, is like straight up like, there's a lot of like Germany literally just held enormous protests where millions of people came out because the ruling party of the day was literally talking to neo-Nazis. Like, straight up. So you've got, like, a far-right party, and, like, the current leader of, Italy straight up praises Mussolini, and their party started as a fascist party. Like, just because you don't know anything doesn't mean that these things don't exist. Nazism is not accepted anywhere in the world. Here in Canada, we literally honored a Nazi. The Chrystia Freeland, the deputy prime minister, the second in command here in Canada, her grandfather was a Nazi collaborator that worked under Goebbels, who she said she's proud of and has never renounced. Like, dude, the more you say, the less you know. Like, it's really getting obvious that the more you talk, the more obvious it is you don't know anything. Like, that's what's so annoying. Like, that's the most annoying thing about talking to people who are on the other side of this conversation, is that it's so obvious that they don't know anything, but they talk to me like they do. Like, it's just so annoying. He was Ukrainian. He lived in Ukraine. And he published a paper spreading Nazi propaganda. Like, Nazism is not accepted anywhere in the world. It's just Jesus Christ. What they do is they rebrand it, right? That's what happens. You get a rebranding. And I mean, like, for God's sakes, the Ukrainian war was just loaded with Nazis, right? The Ottawa Citizen reported several times that Canada was directly funding neo-Nazi groups. The United States funding neo-Nazi groups. Much of the fighting is done by neo-Nazi groups, the Azov Battalion, in Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? Like, for real. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, just because he was in the Waffen-SS doesn't mean he supported the Holocaust. Like, this is the thing, is like, I never thought that when I did this channel I would encounter this level of deluded stupidity. Just this level of apologetics. This level. Like, when my own country stood up and honored a Nazi in Parliament, I just never expected everybody to just go, whoopsie-doo, that was a mistake and that's all that was. Yup. Duh. I expected at least a reasonable response of like, no, they knew. How could they not have? Right? It's absolutely the case that they brought this guy out in front of Zelensky to honor him as a Nazi in front of Zelensky on purpose. Right? That's obviously what they did. Yeah, Canada trained the Ukrainian Nazis since 2016 until the war. Yeah. Well, Nazism. And I mean, for goodness sakes, actually, you know what we should actually be talking about? NATO as an organization worked to rehabilitate the Nazis. Operation Paperclip, where the Nazis were brought into America in order to work for American firms. Like, what's the name of that Nazi that literally was the head of NATO for a period of time? Right? You're saying, I'm against Nazism and communism. These should not be endorsed, and people should recognize alongside its historical weight as a nation to strive through progress to avoid the most extremes. But you don't know anything about communism. Like, that's what makes it the most embarrassing. Somebody at some point just told you that communism was as bad as Nazism, and you've never actually criticized it or thought about it. Right? You've never actually put any thought into it. And you don't know anything about communism. You barely know anything about Nazism. And yet you have this big proclamation that they're the same thing. It's fucking embarrassing. It's just an embarrassing statement to make by sad, pathetic people who don't know fucking anything. So I don't know why we should listen to your fucking proclamations when you're obviously illiterate. Like, try to learn, maybe. Ask some fucking questions. Maybe. Oh, you learned about it in school. Daddy said so. Yeah, Daddy said so. The system of capital said so. Like, you're a child. You're a little baby. You don't know anything. You literally thought, yeah, because capitalists would never lie, right? They would never actually pass legislation to teach you bullshit in school. That would never happen. There's no precedent or anything even remotely close to that in the history of anything where they're just bullshitting about the nature of what's going on in other countries, right? That doesn't happen. I'm a free, independent thinker. I believe everything the government tells me. Like, straight up. It is grow up time, my man. It is time for you to grow up. Daddy said so is not the defense you think it is. It is straight up. It is time to be quiet, grow up, stop participating in the nonsense. Because Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Americans are full of these kind of illiterate know-nothings. They're absolutely backwards. It's the confidence. That's the thing that kills me. It's the confidence. That these people come in here. I don't mind if somebody comes in here and is like, I have heard these things about communism. And I think that we should discuss these things that I've heard about communism. What about this? What is this event? What do you have to say about this event? Right? That makes sense. Because there's a lot of bullshit. Right? There's a lot of bullshit. And so the intelligent position for someone living in the world is to say, well, I've heard this, but I understand that that could be bullshit. And why do I understand that that could be bullshit? Because it's all fucking bullshit right now, isn't it? It's all fucking bullshit. The government's lying about everything except communism. Has got to be the dumbest brain-dead take I've ever heard. So the smart position is, okay, well, that's what I've kind of been hearing, but what do you have to say about it? And so I don't mind if somebody comes in with the CIA propaganda talking points, because that's all they're hearing, and that's all they're being bombarded with. It's just the constant CIA propaganda talking points. But an intelligent person understands that. And understands that, like, yeah, sure, Fox News says it, CNN says it, the Wall Street Journal says it, the CIA says it, the State Department says it. Okay, but they're full of shit. So what do you have to say about that? Right? But it's the people who swagger in with their fucking dick out, being like, communism's the worst system that's ever existed, because Daddy said so. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up. It's so embarrassing. Like, it's so fucking embarrassing and childish. It makes you look so stupid. Like, I've been using this word a lot today, but I'm out of words. I'm out of language. I don't know what else to use. I don't know how else to describe this. I don't know how else to actually start this discussion or put this in a place other than to say, that's very stupid. It is extremely stupid to look at a system of propaganda that has done nothing to you your entire life but lie, but trust them implicitly on this one point. It's just so dumb. Social democracy only works because of the looming threat of communism. We only get social democracy as a concession from capitalism and from capitalists because outside their door there are communists calling for revolution. And what we are seeing is that as those communist movements are destroyed, thanks to McCarthyism, thanks to the blacklisting, thanks to the banning of communists in capitalist nations, what we see is those social democracies in decline. And we see the hard-fought benefits won by communists and socialists and trade unionists regressed and removed. So social democracy only works because of communists. That's the actual history of social democracy. But again, if you don't know anything, and if you think Daddy's telling you the truth, then you can believe what you like. Ugh. Ashton writes, John, I run my own stuff on social media. I get trolls too. I have people telling me on Reels I'm the R word. Yeah, no one cares what I post. Yep, despite I'm moving the needle in Belleville. That's what it is, man. You just got to keep your head down and keep it up. Like, we have one thing on our side that they don't, which is the truth. Like, that's what we've got. We've got the confidence that what we say is the truth, and that we can back it up with evidence. And that when people talk, all you have to do is ask them for evidence, and they can't provide it because it doesn't exist. What, you think I say the things I say because I'm just making it up? You think I say the things I say because I'm just standing here being like, I have a hunch? Nope. Like, nope. I'm not going to stand up in public and say the things I say unless I've got evidence. And if you don't have evidence, then why the fuck are you talking? Like, that's the thing that blows me away. These guys are just talking because their dad said so. And when you actually ask them for evidence for any of their claims, they don't have any. Yep, equating communism with Nazism inadvertently helps Nazis, since it makes the crimes of the Nazis look less severe by comparison. And neo-Nazis in Eastern Europe like to equate the two, to justify the fact that their ideological forebears collaborated with the Nazis, even many anti-communist scholars are willing to acknowledge that equating what the Allies, including the communists, did to what the fascists did is a form of Holocaust denial, intentionally or otherwise. Yeah, it is Nazi apologetics. Saying that the communists and the Nazis are the same is Nazi apologetics, because it downplays the existence of not just the Holocaust, but World War II. Who were the aggressors in World War II? Was it the communists? Right? And as soon as you ignore who the aggressors were, as soon as you ignore what was actually going on, then you can say what you like. Because what you're saying is based in just a position of total magical thinking. Right? I would like to live under communism if it worked. It did work. It's worked every single time it's been tried. Right? Just because your dad said it didn't doesn't mean it doesn't. Like, take the Soviet Union, for example. The Soviet Union literally took an agrarian population, feudal serfs mainly, and in the space of a single generation, created one of the world's largest superpowers with an army so strong it was capable of defeating the Nazis, the largest, most well-funded and terrifying capitalist army that had ever been fielded. And they're also the first people into space. Literacy rates increased, quality of life increased, life expectancy increased. Any metric that you want to care about increased. The only metric that didn't increase was how much money some rich asshole made. And so if one rich asshole didn't get made, then I guess they're a poor country, says Daddy. Because we're not actually smart enough to look into this stuff. Like straight up, how can you possibly say that communism failed when they are the first people into space? First people to put a satellite around the Earth. First people to land an object on the moon. Like, what are you talking about? In school, at least in Brazil, we learn that the extreme ends meet. Yeah, this bullshit horseshoe theory, right? Again, another form of Nazi apologetics, right? Oh yeah, Nazism and communism meet because the Holocaust and World War II. What equivalency exists in any communist country at any time to the Holocaust and World War II? How about the nuclear bombardment of civilians? What time, when, where did any communist nation at any point anywhere do anything on the same scale as the Holocaust, World War II, or the nuclear bombardment of civilian targets? Like, this is the question that that Nazi apologists cannot answer. And when they do try to answer it, they can only use Nazi propaganda. What event in the history of communism has ever been as egregious as World War II, or the Holocaust, or the nuclear bombardment of civilian targets? Pol Pot is definitely not a communist. Like, my man. Pol Pot was straight up just a guy dealing with a bunch of crazy shit. Like, we literally have CIA reports talking about this guy. Like, Pol Pot exists in Cambodia as a dude who's literally just trying to seize power for himself, negotiating with the Americans on one side as they carpet bomb his country, and the communists on the other side. To call Pol Pot, like, what did Pol Pot write? What's Pol Pot's contribution to communism? To call Pol Pot a communist is to just, frankly, embarrass yourself. Stalin has killed gays. Embarrassing. No, that definitely didn't happen. Like, unfortunately, homosexuality was made a criminal act in the USSR. That's definitely true. But it's not like there was a big civil rights movement going on during that period of time. Again, Pol Pot, just like, this is how you guys embarrass yourselves. To call Pol Pot a communist, like, Pol Pot is a nothing. Pol Pot was a guy that wanted power. That's what Pol Pot was. He didn't operate on principles. He didn't write anything. He didn't make any speeches. He didn't say anything, right? He literally was a dude that in the middle of a catastrophic war, Kissinger's secret war, where they were carpet bombing his country, he was rushing around trying to seize power for himself, negotiating with the communists, the Chinese on the one side, and the Americans on the other side. He was playing all sides. So the idea that we're calling Pol Pot a communist and then trying to pretend like that's what communism is fucking embarrassing. Like, no wonder your country is failing if this is the level of thought that goes in your head. What are my thoughts on Occupy Wall Street? We need another one. Big time. We need another one, for sure. Only this time it needs to surround the White House. No. Rob, I'm sure that he said that out loud one time to the Chinese in order to get funding so that he could fight the Americans that were bombing his country. Right? Like, come on, man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, just what we've never even read The Prince. Like, we've never even taken a look at the idea that there's a guy that wants power for himself and that will lie. We've never even thought of that. It's like these people who say that, like, well, the Nazis, it says socialist in their name. It says socialist in the name. They're socialists because it says socialist. The Nazis, they're leftist, actually, because it says socialist. Because, yeah, genocidal maniacs won't actually lie. Like, come on, man. Jesus Christ, this is exhausting. I shouldn't say exhausting. Like, I'm actually quite enjoying laying into these fucking morons. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm glad I'm going on a 2-week vacation to get away from it, but Jesus, at the same time, it's like, I cannot believe that that it's this level of dim-wittedness that exists in the discourse. Like, boo. You supporting North Korean prison camps, gulags aren't much far off. Oh no! Did you know that the Americans have 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's prison populations? The gulags never did anything close to that. Not even remotely close. And oh no, the Soviets imprisoned Nazis and spies. Oh no. Holy shit. Holy shit, you guys. Did you know that other countries have prisons? And that other countries use those prisons to incarcerate criminals? Holy shit. But if you call them a spooky word, gulag, then a bunch of dupes will just be like, oh, it's so scary! Gulag! Oh, it's like a ghost! Like, ay. Oh, a prison. That's tyranny. Literally, the largest capitalist nation on the planet has 25% of the world's prison population today. Right now. The gulags never even came fucking close. Not even remotely close. But yeah, I'm supposed to really think this is a serious talking point. Oh shit, you guys. A country had a prison. Oh my god. A prison. That's evil, tyrannical. Oh. It just gets less and less serious with you guys. It just gets less and less serious. Like, it's just, I can see you grasping at the straws. But Daddy wouldn't lie. But Daddy wouldn't lie. Daddy wouldn't lie. Daddy wouldn't lie. Daddy lied. Daddy lied. You should look up on YouTube witnessing of old people who have either experienced or a parent who have been to the gulag. So literally the child of a Nazi having the CIA jam a microphone in front of them and us hearing and them going, it was so terrible. The time that my Nazi grandfather went to the gulag. Like, you should look up Operation Paperclip, where they literally shipped Nazis over here. Right? Like, anybody can stand up and be like, my grandpappy, You know what happens every single time you start to ask them, like, well, who was your grandfather? What did he do? Who did he work for? What you know what happens every single fucking time? Well, he worked for Goebbels, but I don't see what that has anything to do with anything. Like, just the most basic skepticism. Just the most basic skepticism. Just the most basic, like, well, that's what this guy said, but was he a Nazi? Yeah, boss of NASA in the 60s was a Nazi. Somebody actually said it. The head of NATO at one point. Adolf was his name. Adolf was his name. Oh, somebody type it in again. Adolf, what's his name? Literally the rehabilitation of Nazis in NATO. You understand? The organization that exists today that is literally standing up and funding neo-Nazis in Ukraine in order to fight a war with Russia rehabilitated the former Nazi state of Germany and rehabilitated literal neo-Nazis. At one point, the head of NATO was a former Nazi, Adolf Hausinger. I feel like I should be able to remember this name. Adolf Hausinger. Adolf Hausinger. Former neo-Nazi. Sorry, not neo-Nazi. Former Nazi. Literally the head of NATO. And you guys are all acting like, well, Nazism was so long ago, and we don't need to pay any attention to Nazism, even though, like, literally NATO has a swastika on its emblem. Like, fucking man, I love doing this. This is actually probably my favorite thing to do. I love doing this. Makes me feel like so fucking... Because it's just like right in front of your face. NATO flag. Heusinger. Heusinger. Not Hausinger. Heusinger. Heusinger. Got it. Got it. Thank you, June. Appreciate that. I will be moving to Canada in a few times. It's a perfect country with social democracy and acceptance of immigrants. You're in for a real rough landing, my man. Like, you're in for a real rough landing. Like, if you're like that just sounds like some real rose-colored glasses right there, I got to tell you. As a Canadian, as somebody who lives in Canada, get ready for a housing market where housing prices are more ridiculous than anything you've ever seen in your life. Right? Get ready for the racism. Like, just straight up be ready for it. So, here is the NATO flag. Dude, now that I know about it, I can't unsee it. Like, it's right there. Here's the NATO flag. Right? Here's the NATO flag. Imagine, I'm going to set the scene. Imagine it's post-World War II. The Nazis have just been defeated. 25 million Russians were killed in the war. The Nazis murdered and massacred 25 million Russian citizens, bombed out many cities, destroyed the economy, laid waste to Russia, and Russia was still able to push back and still able to defeat the Nazis. So the war ended, and the Soviets go back to their own territory. Post-World War II, an organization is erected by the European powers called NATO. Within NATO is the country from which the Nazis came from. You're a Russian. 25 million of your citizens just died in that war. Here's this organization called NATO, where Nazi Germany is a member. Former Nazis are sitting on the board. A former Nazi is literally the chairman of the organization. And this little number is their flag. I'll make it more obvious. You think that maybe if you were a Russian living in Russia and an organization with a literal fucking swastika hidden in its flag in plain sight that contains the former Nazi country that has Nazis within it, led by a Nazi, do you think that's going to be a threat? You think that's going to be considered a threat? Like, no, I understand where you're coming from, Rama, but like, I'm just telling you, don't come in here with rose-colored glasses. It's not going to be the way that you think it's going to be. He is saying NATO is Nazi. Yeah, there's a literal swastika on their flag. They were created after World War II. They contain a former Nazi country. Literally led by Nazis at one point. Like, I don't know what you need. Like, really, I don't know what you need. You know? There just comes a point where it's like a type of blindness. That you've just decided to ignore it. When it's literally right in front of your fucking face. Like, get this fucking Nazi shit out of here. Do you think NATO attacks Russia this summer? I don't think NATO has the capacity to do that. Like, I think that America and NATO poured all the resources they could into Ukraine, and they lost. That the trouble that Westerners are encountering is that they don't have manpower. They don't actually have people joining the military. That when Putin did the draft, right, when he called up the reserves, sure, there was like people fleeing and like that happens, but a lot of people showed up because a lot of people understood what the stakes were, right? They're not brainwashed by Western propaganda. They understand that there's neo-Nazis shelling ethnic Russians on their border, and they understand what that means, right? Because they're actually taught their own history. They actually understand who the Nazis are, and they understand what Nazis mean. So when many of these Russians were called to the front and called to fight, they went, right? NATO and America cannot do that. No one is going to show up. Like, maybe they will get some, but there's also plenty of reports, sorry, and Isaac is right to point this out, is that according to the Pentagon itself, Americans are unfit for army service. And largely because the system of capital has destroyed us. Right? We're not fit. We're all fat. We're all riddled with mental illnesses. We're all dealing with the poisons in our food, in our air, and our water. So we're unfit for military service. Which is fine by me. Let's kill this military. Collapse this shit. And so I think it's pretty unlikely Lukashenko in Belarus has oppressed people. Like, it's just grabbing at straws, dude. Like, Yeah, Adolf Hausinger, Hans Spiedel, Johann Steinhoff, Johann Clemenseg, Ernst Fieber, Karl Schnell, Franz Joseph Scholl, Ferdinand von Senger, all high-ranking Nazi commanders who were also NATO commanders. Yeah, we shouldn't be afraid of that. That's normal, right? That's a completely normal thing. But if you're living in the Soviet Union, if you're living in Russia, that's completely normal, right? Totally normal that there's this organization that has a former Nazi country in it that also rehabilitates Nazis. Totally normal, right? All right, Rama, if that's a serious statement, I will try to study communism. Outside of your channel, do you recommend any other? You want to look up 2 people, okay? I'll even show you. The first guy that you want to find is Michael Parenti, okay? His yellow lecture is a really, really good starting point, okay? The Michael Parenti Yellow Lecture, there it is. Super easy to find. Michael Parenti Yellow Lecture. His book, Black Shirts and Reds, I think is essential reading. He lays out the case that the American propaganda system that indicts... you want the hour and a half long one, not the 2-minute one. He lays out very quickly, and very cleanly, rather, that the American and the Western capital's propaganda machine against communism is full of shit. And he shows very cleanly, through his lectures and through his writings, that communism worked. That one of his seminal statements is... They always say that communism only works on paper, which is sort of odd because it did work in reality. And he goes through and he shows very clearly how communism worked in the Soviet Union and elsewhere. And he goes through the many arguments that are leveled against the system of capital. So, Michael Parenti, absolutely essential. Richard Wolff, for a more technical understanding, of Marxism, his Socialism for Dummies, he is, again, an absolutely, undeniably important resource. His writings... His Crisis and Openings, Introduction to Marxism with Richard Wolff, very important. He's done many lectures. He's done many speeches. There's lots of stuff that you can find with Richard Wolff. He's been doing it for a long, long time. And so Michael Parenti and Richard Wolff would be the 2 guys that I would start you with if you're serious about this. Because, and then if you want to get into... other aspects like debunking the famine bullshit, there are other sources that I can give you. Because it's just, at the end of the day, the system of capital has every reason to lie about communism. It has every single reason to lie about communism. It's lied about literally everything else. I don't know why we would believe them when it comes to what happens or what has happened with their primary antagonist. I don't know why we should believe the American narrative in regards to the quote-unquote fall of the Soviet Union. I don't know why we should believe the Western narratives when it comes to the Dangest period in China. I don't know why we should listen to Western narratives when it comes to people like Pol Pot, when it comes to the Vietnam War or the Korean War. I don't know why we should listen to Western narratives when it comes to any event that has ever occurred in human history. Because these guys are fraudulent liars who lie constantly and tell you that they're lying while they lie to you. That instead of listening to the lying liars that lie, we should try to find people who have built their entire careers out of telling the truth and studying the issue, and not simply being a stenographer for power or a propagandist for power. Because if we start to do that, if we actually start to ignore the lying liars that lie professionally and start to actually listen to the voices that are actually studying the issue, then we might actually be able to rid ourselves of these frauds. We might actually be able to say, like, oh yeah, we could just turn Fox News off. We just turn that off, right? We could just turn off CNN. We could just turn off ABC. We just turn these off, right? We don't need to listen to these. Why? Because they're lying liars that lie. Why should we listen to lying liars? Who cares what they think? And every single time I have looked into literally any claim, you can challenge me with literally any claim. Right? Like socialism, hunger. What are you talking about? The caloric intake of the Soviet Union was greater than America. That's according to the CIA itself. Socialism, killings. What, you mean like the Nazis? You mean like when they fought back against the Nazis? Or are you talking about when the Chinese fought back against American, British, French, and Japanese imperialists? Are those the killings that you're talking about? Like when you watch the movie Star Wars and Luke Skywalker blows up the Death Star, do you go, oh my goodness, Luke Skywalker blew up the Death Star. What a terrible person. He's just as bad as the Empire. Or do you go, yeah, fuck yeah, blow that fucking thing up. And then system fails. Again, like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Every single time communism has been tried, it has worked. It has increased the life expectancy of the people under it. It has increased their literacy rates. It has increased their wealth. It has increased their safety. It has increased any metric you care about outside of one guy got really rich. Like, what are you even talking about? System fail means both because it lacks offer, I assume you mean order, and rule, and because of state-controlled and low production capacity. What are you talking about? Low production capacity? They defeated the Nazis. What are you talking about? Like, my man. What are you talking about? Like, this is embarrassing. Communism, Marxism is about increasing productive capacity. The Soviets were able to become a world superpower where they rivaled the #1 spot for the largest economy. Some may even argue became the largest economy in a single generation. What are you even talking about? It's embarrassing. Cuba is what Brazil would look like if it were communist. Is Brazil under United States sanctions? Again, you're ignoring the actions of the West, just like how you ignore the existence of the Nazis, just how you ignore the existence of fascists. You just ignore the sanction regime that exists on Cuba. That literally Cuba has fucking battleships outside of its coast. so it can't send trade vessels out in order to get their goods into a market at all, so they've been isolated. And you're sitting here trying to pretend like that's because of communism? That's dumb. Did you know that Cuba has more doctors than Canada? Not per capita. More doctors. Did you know that? Like, when I was in Cuba, looking around Cuba, you know what I think the number one thing that Cubans could have used? The number one thing. Hand tools. They don't have the ability to manufacture hand tools. Right? Because they're a little tiny island. They don't have a fucking gigantic factory. They don't have access to big gigantic mines and shit like that. You know what they do have? The ability to make luxury goods. The world famous Cuban cigar. The world famous Cuban rum. These are the things that Cuba has access to. It's tourism. Right? Well, what it could be doing right now, if not for the American embargo, is trading those luxury goods for hand tools. And that would dramatically change and alter the course of Cuba. Dramatically. That I was watching people do upgrades to their home with hand tools, when a power tool would have got the job done in 5 minutes. These people are driving around in 1950s cars that they keep up and running with hand tools. That what's going to help the people of Cuba more than anything is their connection to the Chinese market. Because China is actually just going to float a ship right in there. Just going to float a ship right into Havana. Ding, ding. Hey, can we buy some of your shit? Yeah. That in Cuba, they have plantations, they have factories, cigar making factories, rum distilleries that they don't use. Why? Because they don't have connection to a market. Why? Because the Americans have embargoed them. So to turn around and try to blame this on communism, meanwhile, the communist revolution survives and thrives under the shadow of imperialist America. There's America. There's the gusanos. Here's where Bolsonaro lives now that he was exiled from Brazil for his crimes. There's Cuba, standing strong. People have access to free healthcare, free education. Quality of life has gone up. You know what their big problem is? They don't have access to goods that we just take for granted. They don't have access to it because they've been stripped from the world market. Well, that's coming to an end. And it's coming to an end thanks to China. Because China's just going to be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that embargo. Whatever. We don't really listen to what America has to say. Right? They don't seem to be particularly stable at the moment. Doesn't seem to be a lot of stability happening in America right now. So we're just going to kind of do what we like. What if America never existed, though? Who would you blame the failures? What if reality was different? Like, it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of what Marxist-Leninism is about. That Marxist-Leninism is about a material, historical dialectic. It's about looking at reality and history and interpreting what's going on in the world through that lens of reality. And so your statement shows me pretty clearly that you have just decided that communism fails, right? You've just made that decision with no evidence, right? With no evidence whatsoever. You've just made that decision. You just decided that it's the case, and it must be the case, And if it wasn't for America putting its jackboot on the back of communist nations, then communism would have failed for another reason. Which, incidentally, I don't call what's happening in Cuba a failure, not even remotely. Before the Cuban Revolution, before the Communist Revolution, the Batista regime exists, funded by the U.S. empire. Cuba was a slave plantation island. The citizens of Cuba were slaves, literally slaves. To call what has happened in Cuba under communism a failure is to be stupid or to be pro-slavery, which I would argue is deeply stupid. So you get to pick. Do you like slavery or do you just like being a dumbass? Isn't Turkey or Iran also under embargo? Yeah, but do you think that maybe Iran has different opportunities than Cuba? Like, do you think Turkey has other opportunities? Do you think maybe there's a big gigantic rail system that exists between Iran and China? Like, do you think maybe Iran trades with China? You know, with the rail system that goes straight from Tehran straight to Beijing. Do you think maybe Iran has different economic opportunities when compared to a tiny island nation that exists off the coast of the United States empire? Like the imperial heart, the imperial core is like right fucking there. Like Haiti continuously gets overthrown and fucked with. The Dominican Republic continuously gets fucked with. Cuba stands strong. Wonder why. Wonder why Cuba stands strong. I wonder why the American empire has not been able to perform a coup or overthrow Cuba. I wonder why. USSR has not industrialized Cuba? So? I don't understand your point. Like, you do understand how sensitive a topic Cuba is. Like, you know about the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Like, you're aware of that, right? That there was the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like, Cuba is something of a soft spot. Cuba needs to industrialize. I mean, okay, cool, with its gigantic, vast mines that it has. Like, come on, man. Yeah, Cuba's enormous mines that they've got, right? They can just dig underground and get all the resources they need, all the coal deposits, right? All the iron deposits, the steel foundries that they all have, right? They just have that, right? Like, come on, my man. There's a capitalist Ireland, right? Come on. Is a Caribbean island unincorporated territory of the United States, Commonwealth status, between the Dominican Republic, yapa. Roughly 3.2 million. Its capital, mostly populous, San Juan, right? Puerto Rico was settled by succession of people, and then Puerto Ricans, having been U.S. citizens. Puerto Ricans are disenfranchised at the national level, do not vote for the president or vice president, but they don't pay a federal income tax. The pre-Columbian era, right? Spanish colony, of course. The colonial period, right? Conquest, early settlement. Colonization under the Habsburg, late colonial period, right? So basic colonialism, right? They came in and fucked them up. The American-Spanish War. Yapa. U.S. unincorporated organized territory. Metropolis, colony. So it's essentially a colony of the United States Empire, right? Yeah. It's basically just a colony. On the 15th of July, 2009, the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization approved a draft resolution calling for the government of the United States to expedite a process that would allow Puerto Rican people to exercise fully their inalienable right to self-determination and independence. So literally, we're in 2009, and these people are still dealing with colonialization as a colonized vassal state. Super free, though. 2016, Barack Obama signed into law establishing control over the Puerto Rican government. A control board over the Puerto Rican government. Yeah, the board will have a significant degree of federal control. Puerto Rico held its statehood referendum in 2020. The ballot asked one question: should Puerto Rico be admitted immediately into the Union as a state? 52% of Puerto Rican voters answered yes. So it looks like Puerto Rico wants to be actually acknowledged as an actual state instead of just a vassal, right? Instead of a colonial vassal, right? Let's get in. So currently in the modern day, right now, Puerto Rico is a colonial vassal of the United States, and that's how it stands, with the people wanting it to turn into a proper state, so that they can probably have a representative, right? Because right now they're just unrepresented. They just kind of do what they're told. So, what we really want to look at is economy, government, law, political status. Right, this is all, you can just look this up, right? It's easy to look this stuff up. Puerto Rico is classified as a high income equality by the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. It's considered the most competitive economy in Latin America by the World Economic Forum. Ranks high on the Human Development Index, according to World Bank's gross national income per capita in Puerto Rico in 2020 was 21,740. Puerto Rico's economy mainly driven by the manufacturing. So the vassal state of the United States is having the Puerto Ricans do all of their work for them. How much do you want to bet that when we actually get into the... most of Puerto Rico's economic woes stem from federal regulations that expired, have been repealed, or no longer apply to Puerto Rico. Its inability to become self-sufficient and self-sustainable throughout history, its highly politicized public policy, which tends to change whenever a political party gains power, as well as its highly inefficient local government, which has accrued public debt equal to 68% of its gross domestic product throughout time. Puerto Rico currently has a public debt of $72 billion and a government deficit of $2.5 billion. By American standards, Puerto Rico is underdeveloped. It's poorer than Mississippi, the poorest state of the U.S., with 41% of its population below the poverty line. However, it has the highest GDP per capita in Latin America. Puerto Rico's, per capita. So that means that 5 guys are making lots of money. I'm just waiting for the phrase where it's like, the income inequality is probably off the roof, right? You got 41% of the population below the poverty line, but then they'll say something like highest GDP per capita, right? So that means that there's probably 100 people making tons and tons and tons and tons of wealth, while 41% live below the poverty line, right? There's your great success story, my man. Big, enormous success story. Like that's always the thing that kills me. It's like we just ignore the poverty, right? Just like how we ignore the Nazis, just like how we ignore basic history, just like how we ignore embargoes. Just ignore that 41% of people live under the poverty line in Puerto Rico, and it's a great country. It's doing really well. I mean, you guys just went through the Bolsonaro regime, right? Who's essentially like a pretty far-right fascist. So it's not surprising. Brazil's upper middle income mixed market economy is rich in natural resources. It has the largest natural economy in Latin America, the 10th largest in the world, 9th largest by PPP. After rapid growth in preceding decades, the country entered an ongoing recession in 2014 amid a political corruption scandal and nationwide protests. A developing country, Brazil has a labor force roughly 100 million, a high unemployment rate of 14.4. In regards to poverty, about 1.9% of the total population, while about 19% live 6.85. Little shy of your 90% mark, my man. So just Gonna put that out there. Little shy of that. Like, not great, right? Still way better than Puerto Rico, right? Your big success story, Puerto Rico. Brazil's diversified economy includes agriculture, industry, a wide range of services. The large service sector accounts for 72.7% of total GDP, followed by the industrial sector, while the agriculture sector is small, making up 6.6. Yeah, great. Yeah. Like, you guys got to get rid of this, like, Bolsonaro bullshit. Like, you guys got to actually lean more towards Lula and lean towards that kind of shit. The trouble is that you've been dealing with, like, Western capitalists and, like, weird little creepy fascists like Bolsonaro. Right? And it's just sort of odd that, like, a Brazilian would come in here after having, like, a decade of Bolsonaro and still kind of defend this system of capital that's actively exploiting you. It's just, like, kind of weird. Yeah, labor creates value without the means to produce and use labor to produce value. There's no high quality wage. Let me rephrase. Labor creates value through the labor process. Without an industrial base, they cannot produce value and increase wages. The reason they can't industrialize their economic base is because of sanctions on goods. Yeah, it's just sort of odd, right? Yeah, without the embargo, Cuba would blossom like a flower. It's absolutely the truth. The people of Cuba want it. It's so obvious, right? But it's just so weird how you can, like, say that and then the conversation continues as if it doesn't exist. It's just sort of weird. Oh, Bolsonaro went back to Brazil? Did he? How has he not been arrested? Yeah, okay. I'll be curious to know. This is NPR, so a relatively decent source. Former President Bolsonaro returns to Brazil after 3 months in Florida. All right. Oh, that happened. Oh, wow, that happened a long time ago. Oh, shit, I'm way out of the loop. Former far-right President Jair Bolsonaro arrived back in Brazil on Thursday after 3 months in Florida. Hundreds of supporters had gathered in Brasilia, the capital city, to greet Bolsonaro, but he was escorted out a side exit. Bolsonaro went directly to his Liberal Party headquarters and was greeted by more supporters to chants of "the captain has returned." How has he not been arrested? Echoing election denial claims in the U.S., Bolsonaro claimed that Brazil's electronic voting system was prone to fraud. Yeah, on January 8th, his supporters stormed Congress and the Supreme Court and presidential office. Bolsonaro condemned the attacks on Twitter and denied bearing any responsibility for them. Oh, that's probably how. In Brazil, the former army captain faces more than a dozen investigations, 6 of which are criminal probes, complicating his political future and possible run for president. Yeah, I mean, like, the guy staged a coup, right? Even though he's like, no, I had nothing to do with that. Like, yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate as far as I'm concerned, Rama. Like, I would argue that the system of capital doesn't want to see figures like Dilma and Lula in power. Like, they don't want to see these guys, right? That they prefer someone like Bolsonaro. But Bolsonaro is ultimately bad for Brazil, right? Because the goal of Bolsonaro is to betray the Brazilian people to capital. That's the point. Like, I'm actually really excited for the future of Brazil, I gotta say. Anytime I actually think about it. Like, I understand that from the Brazilian perspective, like from the outside looking in, places like America, Canada, right, Europe, they have a lot. They have a lot going for them, right? That the process of colonialization and the extraction of wealth from other nations has definitely enriched the imperial core, right? It's also it also has the great fortune of being one of the few places where we don't tend to bomb ourselves, right? So that's nice. But one of the things that I think is definitely true, and I think that this was true of, like, anytime I travel anywhere, it's really clear that what a country projects out into the world is the cleanest version of itself. And everybody does it. And so I'm absolutely positive that when you look at Europe and Canada and the United States, you don't see the seediness. You don't see the fentanyl crisis. You don't see the homelessness crisis. You don't see these things because we don't shine that out into the world, right? But when you get here, it's pretty impossible to avoid. It's pretty possible to ignore. And just like any other country, right? Canada has lovely little places and lovely little pockets and lovely little things, right? For sure. I should plan a trip to Brazil one of these days, you know? I don't know where I would go. I just want to check out the beaches, honestly. Brazilian beaches seem like they're probably the best. Here, I'll just ask you, Rama. If I wanted to take a trip to Brazil, where should I go? To really experience, like, beautiful beaches, lovely environment. Like, where should I go? Where's the big, like, not necessarily touristy place? A beach called Porto de Galinhas. Port of Del... I put of. Oh no, Porto, because I said it. Porto de Galinhas. Galinhas is probably like the Spanish admiral or whatever. Dude, as I'm coming to the end of this where's the friggin' Wikipedia page? I'm so dumb. There it is. As I'm coming to the end of this always happens when I get to the end of a thing where I was like, I'm like balling hard today. And I gotta tell you, Rama, you really hung in. I gotta tell you, you really hung in. I know that we don't see eye to eye, but I really admire that you hung in. Right? That's a sign of character right there. I tell you what. That you kind of hung in there and you made it through. You found a way to thread the needle, especially when I was like really, really heightened. Because I've been talking to a lot of dummies today, man. Beach in the municipality. I want to know the etymology, origin of the name. According to the history, the town was called Puerto Rico, Rich Port, until 1850, where it became a place where people traded slaves to work in the plantations of sugarcane. To evade the control of the illegal transactions, slaves were transported together with guinea fowl, and passwords were created by traffickers. Puerto Rico, Portuguese, tem galinha nova no porto. There are new chickens in the port. Hence the origin of the name. That's actually way worse than what I was expecting. I sort of was expecting it to interact with some colonial bullshit, but I didn't think it was straight up going to be like, yeah, we had named it after slavers doing nicknames and shit. Perfect. So it's like port of chickens? Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's hardly surprising. The Spanish were way worse. Like, this is something to understand about the colonial period in South America, right? That the Spanish were way worse to the South American populations that lived there than than the French and the British were to the North America. Like, the Spaniards came through and they were straight up like, oh, there are people living here. No, they're not. And like, just unabashed, like, looting, theft, landing en masse, just straight up. Like, there are straight up enormous civilizations. Like, you think about the structures that exist, and you think about the ruins that exist, and like, all of those ruins and all of those structures were inlaid with gold. Like, the Spaniards plundered Latin America, man. Like, it was brutal, right? Like, we talk about the genocides that happened in the United States, right? But there was, I think by then there was much more skepticism. It was much more difficult for Westerners to get their feet on the ground in the New World, right? Whereas this was just a purge. It was just straight up like cleansing and cleansing and cleansing and cleansing. So yeah, like, the Spaniards were not kind to Latin America at all. Like, when you talk about genocide and colonial genocide, the real poster boys for it are actually the Spaniards. Yeah. Brazil has received more slaves than America, around 5 million slaves. Yeah. So, like, we often don't talk that much about Spain, right? Spain gets kind of not a free pass, but we don't really spend that much time discussing Spain. But like, Spain's success and Spain's colonial period, like, there it is. This is Spanish colonialism. And like, their entire, like, the Aztecs, the Inca, the Mayans, they're just gone, right? Like, it's not like how in North America there are like these reserves, and there's like survivors, that there's like still First Nations tribes that are still around, and in Canada there's still First Nations tribes that are around, and all this, and they're kind of the remnants of that civilization and all this that are reclaiming their culture and rebuilding it. Nah, that shit's gone. In Latin America. Like, it's just fucking gone. And like, another really, really big difference is like, because of the culture of the North American tribes, like, there's not that many structures, right? They don't have like many surviving structures, because I don't think they had that many structures to begin with. And the structures they did have were sort of temporary by their very nature, or at least easy to destroy, right? These guys had fucking pyramids and shit. Like, these guys had like entire cities built of stone and shit. Like, this, it's insane what happened. Like, it is actually insane. Like, you want to talk about a true apocalypse? You want to talk about like a true devastation, a true cleansing? That's what happened in South America. Like, straight up an entire civilization of people living in cities fucking just gone. That's a fucking apocalypse right there. And the remnants of that colonial period, I think my favorite that I've heard, because of the way the Spanish Inquisition worked, right? Because the Spanish Inquisition and the Inquisitors have continued on into the modern Latin American legal system, the modern Brazilian legal system. So one of the things that happens in the Brazilian legal system is that the person who arrests a person then turns around and or the person who prosecutes a person, the prosecutor, then turns around and becomes the judge. And that's how the legal system in Brazil actually is. That the prosecutor becomes the judge. That's fucking wild. Right? And that's like some old school like Inquisition shit. So it's like, so Brazil and Bolivia and Paraguay and Argentina and Chile and all these kinds of places, like, they are built on the basis of like a total colonialism, total cleansing, right? The bones of previous civilizations. And then it's just the people who kind of stayed there. And then after that, there's this big long period of American colonialism where the Americans come down and fuck with Latin America. So it's just like, yeah, no wonder Latin America is in this kind of position of poverty, and no wonder it's constantly dealing with being underdeveloped, right? Like, it's just, I'm really, really rooting for Latin America, for South America, because I think that the people are so beautiful. It's such a beautiful place. Like, it is such a beautiful place. The forests are so wonderful. The landscape is so wonderful. And really, like, these people just need to kind of be left the fuck alone. You know, like, we just got to stop fucking with these people and just kind of let them sort of figure it out, and let them increase their own productive capacity, and let them sort of shake it all out. But we're not going to do that. That's not how the West rolls. That's not how we are. We're constantly finding new ways to reinvent colonialism, right? We're not colonizing. We're investing. Yeah, we're not forcing anybody to work for us. We're just ensuring that they don't have access to food, and telling them, hey, we've got food if you come work for us, and that's freedom. Oh, thank you. Actually, thank you for that correction, Rama. That's right. You're correct. Brazil was colonized by Portugal and not Spain. Thank you, sir. You're quite right. Yeah. And, I mean, this whole thing's so fucking weird, isn't it? What's up, Portugal and Spain? What's up? What is this? How did this happen? What are you talking about, Spain? You can't get your act together? Take out Portugal? Come on, Spain. What kind of colonial power are you? Just take it out. Just make it Spain too. Make it a province. Portugal becomes like a province of Spain. Come on, Spain. Jeez Louise, Spain. You want to be respected on the world stage as a colonial power, and yet here's Portugal. I don't know, Spain. I don't know, my man. Rama, I would argue, right? Because your statement is, despite colonization, we are growing under capitalism. I would say that despite colonization and despite capitalism, you're growing. Right? That the argument of the communists is that capitalism is actually a net drain on a society. That the only time productive capacity is increased is so that wealth can be extracted from the society. And as soon as the capitalists see no benefit any longer in maintaining the productive capacity of the nation, they'll abandon it. Which is exactly what they did in America, by the way. Right? For the last 40 years, America has essentially deindustrialized itself. Right? That it took its manufacturing capacity, and where did it ship it? Right? And why did they do that? Because China could offer them cheaper wages. Right? So China offered them cheaper wages, and so they deindustrialized America, impoverished huge sections of America, and then handed the means of production over to China, which has increased their productive capacity dramatically. And now they're the largest economy on the planet. Number one trading partner with most of the world. Right? So it's like America and American capitalists are pretty dumb. Right? Oh yeah, a big powerhouse like Brazil with all the land and labor, it would boom like the Soviets in China under socialism. Yeah, I actually think that's true. That if suddenly the spirit of socialism and communism took hold in Brazil, the productive capacity would just explode in Brazil. and Brazil would really dominate the continent in pretty majorly, like pretty massively, because like the trouble with a capitalist economy is that you have these parasites that are attached onto the side of your productive capacity, and the only decisions that get made are what makes money for me, right? So you've got like a handful of rich people. I wonder. List of the richest Brazilians. List of Brazilians by net worth. Dude, I love this shit. This is what I live for right here. Come on. Come on. Come on, Wikipedia. You can do it. Poor little Wikipedia. So tired. It's because I got all of this shit. Oh yeah, let's quickly take a look at a time lapse showing the change of the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Just for fun. We don't need that. 92. 94. Here, we'll start from the beginning. Like, climate change isn't real. There's nothing serious happening. Not a serious thing that's going on, whatever. Sure, the Great Salt Lake in Utah is drying up, but whatever, that's normal. Totally normal, definitely normal thing that normally happens. Do I believe in climate change? Yes. I don't. I actually refuse to say that I believe in climate change. I acknowledge the existence of climate change. It is so obviously real that to deny it is weird. It's very weird that people still deny the existence of climate change when it's so obviously happening. Like, come on. Like, at this point, I just don't know what it's going to take for people. Like, I do think that what we're experiencing is kind of a flat eartherism, right? This is the climate spiral, 1880 to 2022. So literally from the moment that we have been measuring global temperatures till 2022, right? And here's what's happened. Like January, February, March, April, right? And then, oh, look. Oh, shit. Oh, goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Oh, fucking shit. Like, if that's not global warming, then what's doing that? No. What's that? What's that? If global warming's not happening, then what's that? Then what's causing that? A steady increase of global temperature over time. Like, it really is one of those things where at some point I've just got to be like, I don't know what it's going to take. Like, I don't actually know what it's going to take. Because, like, at this point, I feel like it's like I've put water on, I put a pot of water on a boiling stove, and I've said, if I turn the heat onto this pot of water, what will happen? And you've gone, well, nothing will happen. And I've said, well, let's run the experiment. And I've put the water on the stove. And then it boils. And then I say, oh, look, the water boiled. And you go, the water didn't boil. Like, I just don't know what it's going to take. Right? Like, I just don't really understand what it's going to take. You know? Like, I just don't really understand what it's going to take for people to start recognizing the seriousness of what's going on. Like, do you not consider this serious? Is this not a serious thing that we should definitely pay attention to? Is this not a real thing that's definitely happening? Like, look, the issue. So the statement is, if global change was real, we would need to move away from capitalism. Oh yeah, you think? But if the world is okay, it's because we'll make ways. Like, the fear, right, is that it's not that the line is going to go up in a linear fashion in like a 45-degree angle. It's that it's going to go like this. Right? And that by the time we actually begin the process of actually taking this crisis seriously, it will be far too late. That you can't actually negotiate with the sun. Right? That if the sun wants to destroy you, it most certainly will. And what we are doing is we are basically gambling with the idea that the sun will let us deal with this for another year. Year over year, every single time, we are just rolling the dice, saying that, oh well, the sun will forgive us one more year. And eventually, right, because it's about extreme weather events, right? It's about extreme weather events. Like, there will be larger droughts, right? There will be larger droughts, which will turn into larger storms, because larger droughts means more water in the system, which will be dumped in longer and more dramatic ways. Right? You will have days of extreme heat and then days of extreme cool. That it's the extremeness of it. And all it's really going to take is one bad day. Right? Like, it only needs to go up to it only needs to increase by 4 degrees one day to cause massive, massive havoc. And it's just humanity is not really taking it seriously. You know? Like, we're all just kind of going around acting like this is normal. And it's definitely not. Right? Like, it's just definitely not. And like, maybe the world will begin to wake up after some kind of mass death event. Like after a wet bulb event or something happens. Right? Maybe it'll actually start to wake people up and start to mobilize people more seriously. Masked Chi, good to see you. It is real under capitalism, industrialism, but I guess it's easier to deny that so one doesn't have to face the fight or flight anxiety that would produce sitting on one's hand while the world burns. Yeah, not a comfortable way to exist. Climate change and global warming doesn't mean the temperature never goes down or gets cold ever. It means generally trends upward and gets more unstable, which it is. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, Australia was on fire the other year. My province of Ontario was on fire the other year. Right? Oh, Cotton, that's rough, man. That's rough. Yeah, the reason why I'm going long on this cast is actually because there's a wine rack down the street from me that closes at 10. And I wanted to go extra long so that I would not be tempted to go get a drink. Because I don't work tomorrow. And it's like, oh, I could just drink tonight. And I am actually trying to no longer drink. I'm trying to do that. So far, so good. But I don't begrudge anybody who needs to do what they need to do. We should be sensitive about Israel because they have been through the Holocaust. Fuck these Zionists. Fuck these Zionist pricks. These guys are committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip right now. I don't give a fuck if they've experienced a Holocaust or not. The fact that they've experienced a Holocaust and then they're doing a genocide over here makes it even more disgusting. And when they bring up the Holocaust in order to defend the genocide that they're doing here in Gaza, it makes them disgusting. The Zionists that are running Israel are fucking Nazis. We should regard them as Nazis. Because I do. These fucking Nazi pricks. And if they continue doing what they're doing, they're going to get treated like Nazis. By everybody else. Which is exactly what's going to happen to them eventually. Like, Israel is not going to succeed in this region. Right? Acting this way. Being this way. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, Jewish people experienced. But calling a Jew Nazi doesn't make sense? Sure it does. Did you know that there were Jewish Nazis? Do you know that? Like, just because it doesn't make sense in your brain doesn't mean it didn't happen. All right, guys, I'm going to end this one. I'm real over. I'm real over. Just as a reminder, right? I am not casting for the next 2 weeks. Gonna go see some family. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Revolt. Rebel. Repent. Good luck.